to call yourself a Nigerian, then you are not the person we are talking to. But if you ever at 1 inch regret the idea of being a Nigerian, then this message is for you. If you think your life could have been an inch better if you were not a Nigerian, this message is for you. If you think there are opportunities you are missing just because you are in Nigeria, this message is for you. If you think that life should be worth living, then that is we are fighting for Biafra. Because we have gone through the levels and the dictates of government to recognize that they cannot offer us any hope. The reality on ground, the experiences of the past, the promise of the future. When we have gone through all of this analytically, we observed that there is no future. There is no future in empty promises. There is no future in words that are not backed by action. There is no future for a nation whose agenda is not specific to the citizens. How many of you Nigerians can stand up today and tell me this is the plan of Nigeria? This is the roadmap of Nigeria. This is the aim of Nigeria. No person can stand up and debate me and tell me today where this is where we are going. But you still hope. It is just like you entering a vehicle, allowing someone to drive the vehicle without even telling the person where you want to get to. It is what people call joy ride. Joy ride. A merry-go-round. You go about in circles because you have no aim. You have no destination. You might enjoy the ride for 5 minutes. You might enjoy it for 10 minutes. You might get hungry on the way. Eat a little bit of food. But then you ask yourself, where am I going? And then once you cannot provide the answer to that, you become frustrated. And that is the case of any person who calls himself Nigeria. Now, why Biafra? Biafra gives you the roadmap to where we want to get to. The blueprint of how we are going to get there. And all we need is the opportunity to drive the vehicle there. Now, referendum is an opportunity for people to alight from the vehicle or board the vehicle. Through referendum, we will decide, do people want to get to this destination or no? Are people interested in getting to this destination? And believe you me, People are already interested. People want to get to the new destination in life. That is why Nigerian government and the world is standing in the way of Biafran referendum. Other nations of the world are having referendum. There is no killing. There is no kidnap. There is no torture. There are no extraordinary renditions of persons involved in self-actualization. There are no killings. Then ask yourself, these nations want to move forward. Why are they involving in referendum? Why are they casting votes and ballots to determine what people want to do? But when it comes to you, yourself, you are denied the right to determine where you want to be. There are only two answers I can offer to you. If you have another answer, call into Radio Biafra, call into one of the broadcasters, and have a chat. Because these people do not want you to have control over your life or of your destiny. They want you to go to school, pay fees, and then at the end of the day, you end up frustrated. They want you to import stuffs from outside the country. And then at the end of the day, get your goods seized. They want you to be in abject penury. They want you to suffer. And while you are suffering, you accept anything. While you are suffering, you accept anything that comes your way. And what will come your way? The promises, the vague promises from the politicians from Nigeria. This is what you get. This is how your life progresses. And then they keep enjoying the resources that are bound. These people do not have any natural resources, but they live better. Today you are crying. We can't buy petrol. We can't see kerosene. We can't see gas in Nigeria. It goes for $40. It goes for $450. It goes for $1,000. Sorry, naira per liter. But in their countries, they still sell it for £1. And guess what? They do not have oil. You are suffering. They are living well. You pay through your fee. You pay fees for your kids to be in school in their country. No parent pays school fees. It's only when you want your child to go to a private school that you pay fees. It is the government's responsibility to make available quality education to the people. In your country, you pay to give yourself electricity. For them, they do not understand the concept of power generators. They do not know what they are. You give yourself life. and water. You even build the roads in front of your house. You contribute to do that. In their countries, they hold the government responsible. Now, why would they stifle your voice? Because they want you to continue to suffer. This is why we need Biafra. Because Biafra is the key that will hand over to us the documents of our life. It will give us our birth certificate. It is like when you are a child and your parents are holding your document, your birth certificate. If you want to go out, if they ask you for your birth certificate at school, you get back, you tell your parents, and they do a photocopy and give you, and you take to the school or whatever office you want to go to. But at a time comes in your life when you tell your parents, can I have my birth certificate? No parent will say no to you. Why? Because it belongs to you. It doesn't just belong to you that it's in your name. It belongs to you because it is a document that will enhance your growth and development in life. That is why they happily give it to you. Now tell me, why are we asking for our referendum? Why are we asking for our country back? Why are we asking for our birth certificate? And these people are saying, no, we cannot give it to you. Is it because they love you? No. It is simply because they want to perpetuate the evil, the control, the sinister plan that they have against you. This is why we need Biafra. Because any day you get your birth certificate from your parents, you will not go back to ask them again for it. Now you will tax your life. If you apply for a job and they ask for it, you show it to them. If you want to attend a meeting or whatever, if you are do any application and they need it, you have it readily available and you hand it over. There is no control. Now you have control to determine who you show, who you submit those documents to, without a recourse to your parents. This is what we are asking for. So if you do not know that your country determines how far you go in life, the control of your country is the control of your identity. The country depicts and represents who you are. That is why most of you still sleep at the airports when you travel, because your identity is a blockade. It's not because you're not handsome or beautiful. It's not because you're not intelligent. It's not because you don't have a valid visa. It's not because you are a criminal. It is just because of the identity you are carrying. And that identity makes you to sleep 3 days at the airport waiting for your change over. Flights. You see celebrities, they go through the same problem. like our leader would say, Milina Mohu or na Manni Yoku. This is what we are. This is why we are shouting. If you think because you are earning a little bit of money or because you are working today that this is not your problem, the day is coming when you will be the only one and people will eat you alive. Look at what's happening in Nigeria today. Look at the currency situation. There is no money. Only in the East, people are standing in queues just to get paid. And what are people doing? They are just looking around. Oh, I have someone at the bank. They can give me money. What happens if that person loses their job today? What happens if the bank folds? There are so many people who thought that the person working at Zenith Bank is going to bring them money. But today, that branch is closed. How are you going to get the money to eat food? Your leaders are making policies without fixing the fundamental things. You want to go cashless and you don't even have the population having bank accounts. You want people to do online transactions while the bank apps do not work. You want people to do payments, online payments, while people that are trading on the streets do not even have bank accounts. There are no electricities to power whatever you're trying to pull. There are no internet, no Wi-Fi. And someone sits in his office and churns that out to the people. Today, it's a big trouble. And the worst part of it is that we have three kinds of people. The ones that look the other way. Oh, it's not my problem. The ones that look at the problem with the aim to video it and laugh over it, to make comedy of it, to make jest of it, or to go viral. I'm the first that posted the video of the lady that went naked at the bank. I'm the first person to post the video of the guys fighting at the bank. Oh, I'm the person that got the video. The real video is from me. Yeah, others are sharing it. This is what they want to achieve. And then there are the third people that call them, oh, mad. It's because of this little frustration. You are going naked at the bank because of this little frustration. And that's it. Now, no person immerses themselves in this problem to see that the problem of one person is the problem of all. And this is what we have done. Most of us we are not experiencing this problem, but we are fighting day and night to make sure it doesn't happen. Few months ago, there was advice on this from the IPOB leadership. And most people said, oh yes, all this wrong and playful propaganda. They call it propaganda. And today is happening. 2021, our leader said, And a day will come, you will go to your bank and you cannot find your money. The money you worked for, you deposited in your bank account, and you cannot find it. And that is the case of so many people today. The last thing I want to talk about is our people need to wake up to reality. In sociology, there is a concept of phenomenology. It's all about the analysis of your daily life based on the reality at hand. Based on the reality at hand. That's put simple, phenomenology. It is the study of your daily life, the analysis of what you are going through based on the reality at hand. Now, why do we have this problem with religion in our place? Because the religion is not teaching them the reality at hand. It is telling them tales by moonlight. And that is why Karl Marx called religion the opium of the masses. You see the people, they've suffered all week. Most of them, they've gone hungry. Most of them, they've borrowed food. Most of them, they've been embarrassed. They've gone out to buy stuff and their bank app is not working and they don't have cash on them. They've experienced turmoil in their life this week. And guess what? On Sunday, they go to church and then they are being preached to about on real stuff. They are being told, keep your faith in God. It's going to be good tomorrow. If you believe that, shout 20,000 amen, 20,000 hallelujah, 5,000 praise the Lord. And they uplift the spirit. And then they go home to embrace the problem of Monday, of Tuesday, of Wednesday, of the whole week. And they go back to recharge on Sunday again with unreal stories. What happens at the long run? You realize that you have not solved the problems because you've not been dealing with the realities of your everyday life. Most of us lived that life. Most of us went to church for 10 years after graduating with master's degree. And we went to church believing that tomorrow the job will fall from heaven. It never happened. Most parents believed, oh, once I do fasting and pay, my son will be rich. It never happened. Why? It is called fantasy. Building castles in the air, while the reality is not being dealt with. So I will cap up with this. Waking up to reality means dealing with the problem, dealing with the situation you found yourself. As Biafrans, we have found ourselves in the problem. Our reality is that we are shackled by Nigeria. And what is the cure to it? To break off every chain of Nigeria from us. To to shear away every part of us that represents Nigeria. Any dealing on us, any attachment, any figure in any shape or form that represents Nigeria, to cast them away from us. Is it the way we think? Is it the way we handle issues? Is it the way we resolve issues to make sure that they are not part and parcel of our life? That is the way to go. That's the reality. Hoping for a new Nigeria, that is fantasy, because in 20,000 years, it will never happen. Hoping for a Messiah to come and save Nigeria, it will never happen. Because even Jesus cannot save Nigeria. If he can save Nigeria, he would have saved Nigeria. Do you know how many poor people call to Jesus every day? Do you know how many poor people call to Allah every day in Nigeria? Do you know how many individuals pray to God, whatever you call your God, every day? But for 20, 25, 50, 60, 70, 80 years, that place continue to be a place of darkness. Why? Wake me up any day you hear that people rose up, people said, it is time to put a stop to this. We don't need God to work this for us. We don't need Holy Spirit. We don't need Jesus. We don't need Allah to do this. We don't need the government to do this. We, the people, are going to do this. Today, we still remember the resistance, the Ekumeku resistance, because people stood up to fight. Today, we still remember the 1929 about women's demand, because people stood up to say something. They didn't wait for no Jesus to come and say it for them. We still remember the gallant heroes of the 67, 68, 69, 70, because people stood up. And that is why we are here today, because we know that this situation can only be changed by ourselves, for ourselves. And that is why we have chosen this cause, the cause of Biafra. And we will never stop until we get our total freedom. It's been a great honor to talk to you, my people, this night. But like I said when I started, ijiji na-anaghị anụ efe na-eso ozu ana n'iyi. If you want to be the fly that wouldn't listen, will betide you, because for sure the end will be ugly for you. For sure the end will be ugly. At this juncture, I would want to welcome my comrade to the mic, Mazi Silas. Please, Mazi, unmute and talk to Biafrans. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mazi Iyke, for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazi Iyke. May God bless you abundantly. I also would thank Biafrans and our friends and all freedom lovers around the world. It has been a good thing for us to have this opportunity to continue the emancipation project of our people. It has actually become ritualistic for us to gather every Wednesday to use this most important radio in the world. I will repeat, most important radio in the world, to talk to our people, to let them hear our voice, the natural way we speak, the facts that we lay out there, and the truth, and nothing but the truth. We are not here to say anything against anyone, rather to uplift our people, encourage our people to pick up the courage to do the right thing. And that right thing is complete and total restoration of Biafra as an independent nation. If anyone is in doubt, they should rethink. The facts are clear and indisputable that we do not have the same value system as those of them coming into Nigeria and using their grip on power, using their greed, using their skills or advantage offered to them by the British at the creation of Nigeria to rule others, not just to rule others, but to subjugate others, to decide for others how they will eat, where they will eat, where they will worship, and what they have to do. And doing that in a very aggressive and invasive way. That is what has brought the separation, because we don't want to fight, we don't hate anyone, and we want to be who we are. So at the end of the day, history will clear us, those of us who are participating under Radio Biafra in one way or the other. History will clear us as those who did not sit on their hands, watching our people being kidnapped, raped, molested, dehumanized, killed, and maltreated in so many ways by the marauding foreigners, the Fulanis, who are currently ruling this conflicted federation they call Nigeria. So our duty is a huge one. The task is an uphill one, but it is achievable because we have the right to choose where we want to live. We have the right for self-determination. It is enshrined in many constitutions, in the world constitutions, the UN, and the rule-based situation of the world. So that is how it is. And it is very clear to most Nigerians that Nigeria is absolutely abnormal. Nigeria is abnormal, whichever way you look at it, from which angle you evaluate it. Nigeria is abnormal in terms of the a combination of people in terms of, if you look at it from its legislative system, the imbalance. If you look at Nigeria, of where they put the mark, the north began, and where the south began, and all that, it's abnormal. You look at Nigeria from the customs, it's abnormal because only one group of people have hijacked it. You look at it from the army, the police, the air force, and what have you. You look at it from the judicial point of view, it is not working. The apex court, the appeal court, said to be the highest court of the land, said to be the most intelligent or the most it should be the most accurate in terms of delivering judgment. You can see that that is equally wrong, the way they behave. You can see that things change, decisions change with evidence that are inadmissible, and everybody's quiet. Nigerians know. Nigerians know that the Nigerian system, or the Nigerian country, the country called Nigeria, was wrongly coupled together by those who put it together. Nigerians know that Fulani is the one that is ruling Nigeria and desecrating all infrastructures, all government systems, doing whatever they like without without recognition of rule of law, without professionalism and all that. I keep repeating, the AGF took more than 100 billion naira and nothing has happened to him. The media is not even talking about it. Why? Because the AGF is from the tribe called Fulani and also part of the cabal, and nothing is going to happen. But you can see them parade people who stole biscuits from the shop. You can see them parade people who they termed as Yahoo boys, who probably have done anything or something wrong with their internet. That is part of what is wrong with Nigeria. And the Northern Nigerian modernization project led by the Fulanese that started in the 1950s, that is still going on till today, has disenfranchised most indigenes of Nigerians. When I say most indigenes from Nigerians, including indigenes from the northern part of the country. That modernization project evolved into ethnic cleansing of indigenous communities in Nigeria. The entire Middle Belt has been, devastated by these major killings. And who would want to be there? Who would want to continue with a country that is eager to change the demography by force, change the demography by organized pogrom, the ethnic cleansing that is going on now? It happened in Yamufu not up to a month ago. It seemed as if it's been forgotten. Who has gone back to those villages and evaluated whether life has returned to those places? Nigerians know all this. Nigerians also know that the Nigerian government is endemically corrupt and inept to govern. They can't change anything. People are dying in the largest number that we have ever seen. Before you talk to more than two people, they would have told you They lost people. And some of the people that are being lost are young. And in advanced countries where if someone dies, if someone under 60 dies, it is regarded as an abnormal death and needs to be investigated. They could have died in the hospital, but the government will go and find out why. Why are they dying? In doing so, the government will generate data. Data generated will now be examined to see if there is a trend, to see if there is something that people are eating that are killing them, apart from other mischievous situations that could have led to their death. The government is actively monitoring the death rate and trying to compare that with what should be normal. Nigerians know that this is absent in Nigeria. And to summarize what Nigerians know, Nigerians are sick and tired of Nigeria. Now you ask yourself, if that is the case, why are Nigerians still stomaching this Nigeria? It is time for people to walk, leave Nigeria. And that is what we Biafrans are asking for. We want to leave this entity that is killing its people by various means. People who can leave should be allowed to go. If Nigeria is truthful, if the Nigerian leadership are truthful, they should conduct a referendum and they will prove Biafrans right or wrong in a very peaceful way. How good is that? We are asking, I will use this example again, I've used it before. If you have 50 crabs in a basket, in one basket called Nigeria, a crab wants to climb high, others will pull it down. One wants to climb out of the basket, others will pull it down. That is the scenario we have here. But if you then tip all the 50 crabs on the floor, everybody will move at their own pace towards the direction they have chosen and at their own pace. It is as simple as this. If you let the component units of Nigerians or if others want to stay, let Biafra go. We will solve our problem with our own means at our own rate. So why not tip the basket of crabs out on the ground and let the crabs find their direction, travel at their own speed, and go to destinations that they want. There won't be any fight. No one will be pulling somebody down. The politicians from the north will not tell their northerners, oh, vote me a northerner because you can rely on me. No, they will vote themselves all the time. And if they want Alamajiri to be everywhere, that is what they will get. If you let a southerner, a southeasterner to rule the southeast, I am sure will definitely rise again as the fastest growing economy of the world. It was done during the time of the southeastern Michael Obara. It was done then. Palm oil, we sold palm oil. That was how Sir Louis Ojukwu made his money. That was how grain what's his name, from Arundel. That was how they made their money. That was why uh, uh, late Governor Sam Mbakwe, that was why late Governor Sam Mbakwe created the other palm, the palm plantation near Owerri. That was why palm oil, palmitic acid, is still very much sorted around the world. It is the main component of making soap, the soap that we use to wash our body. So it's still needed. In most products you find in the shops, they contain palm oil. And for the benefit of it, the southeast is situated in the latitude of the world where the temperature is very favorable for plant growth, and the soil is rich. The soil is rich, not just for minerals that can allow crops to grow. The soil or the ground is rich, rich with minerals. I'm not talking about gas and oil, other minerals that exist on the soil. So if you let us have our own entity, if you organize referendum, we will decide. We will decide and be on our own and live like other countries where there is some semblance of homogeneity, where people can think together and move together. Most infrastructures, I would say schools, airports, built in the southeast in those days, were built by community effort. Our people contributed money to build the or Imo State Airport. As soon as it was finished, the federal government pounced on it. It became a federal asset so that they can control who flies in and who flies out. They wouldn't upgrade it to an international airport for their fear of us bringing in items that will industrialize the southeast. The same situation is what we are experiencing in Enugu Airport, which is already given the international airport status, but then indirectly collapsed. And the same goes around for everywhere. And I keep lamenting, why is it that the fourth most traveled people around the world do not have an international airport? We have to catch a bus or drive to another airport 600 to 700 away from our land in order to fly. Is that not one of those suffocation procedure? And then that brings us to the question, why is our people lacking the courage to proclaim Biafra or to proclaim or join the struggle? It could be because they seem to be holier than thou. Some of them that are graduates, they have a Bachelor of Science or Bachelor of Arts, or at most they have a PhD or professor, or they are professor in their fields. They look at themselves and ask themselves, a whole me, a whole graduate, why would I join a group that could organize demonstrations, and not knowing that demonstration is part and parcel of a democratic entity? People have to agitate. If you put your ideas across and those that are in power are not listening, you organize agitation. You agitate for it peacefully. And if those in power are morally conscious, if they are morally awake, they will seek dialogue. They will find solutions. They will bring the community or the people together. They will solve the issues. And if the people still insist that they must hold a referendum, it is simple. He who is calling for a referendum, an election of intention, a survey to say where the people are, is the people asking for peace. They are the peaceful people. They should be listened to. And that's what Biafrans are. Now, back off. Why are people lacking the courage? Is it because they are holding a Bachelor of Science, a Bachelor of Arts, or up to PhD? Is it because they are professors? Why would you be a Bachelor of whatever, or Bachelor of whatever, and you don't have a job and you keep quiet? Why? What is your quietness going to earn you? Why would you raise your shoulders because you earned an esteemed qualification? That's important. That's commendable. But why, after earning those commendable qualifications, you're not able to find work? Why also would the government treat you like nobody? Why would they allow foreigners to come and take over your place? When I look at people who earned or who are respected for their academic qualifications, I remember Wole Soyinka. Remember our leader Mazi Kanu once made a broadcast with him that he only woke up when the Fulani cattle approached his own ancestral home and started devouring his crops. That was when he said, "Oh, they have brought war to our doorstep." What am I intending to use this analysis for? If you think you are so qualified, you are so credentialed that you cannot come out and speak and condemn evil and agitate for the right thing, then one day the Fulani cattle will approach not your rear door but your front door, and then you will wake up. By then, it might be late. Why would it be late? You don't have to wait until they get to your door. We have to be proactive. We have to be preemptive and work together whilst we still have the number, whilst the critical mass is there, in order to exhibit that sheer strength that will help us knock down all the forces that are being forced towards us, in order for us to have a plan that can be executed by all in order to arrive at where we are going. This is important. My message today is for everybody to be courageous. If you are an IPOB member, raise your courage to another level. If you are not an IPOB member, join the nearest IPOB family near you. It is important that we work together. It is important that we have the critical mass to ask for a referendum that would help us determine our way, our ways of life, to help us start working towards restoration of Biafra and rebuilding or building, because we haven't really built Biafra, of building Biafra to a nation that would be envied by our peers and countries of the world. It is not about what others would say, but most importantly, to build a country where all Biafrans can strive and reach their heights unhindered to to build a Biafra where religion cannot be the moral compass, rather courage, logic, strength, integrity, intelligence, and things like this will be how we can reach those potentials and will become the underlying principles upon which Biafran laws, policies, and constitution can be designed. This is what we are talking about. We need to look at other situations. Why do we need this courage? Also, no one else will do it for us. If we keep quiet, no one else will do it for us. Now we share this simple story by the Caribbean or Jamaican people before I conclude. Recall that statistics or data have it that the Europeans, especially the UK and the France, took up to 1.3. This is a conservative estimate. Up to 1.3 million blacks to the Caribbean island, the Jamaican. So this number could be up to 1.5 or even 2 million. At the end of the slavery, only 300,000 slaves survived the slavery. Tell me, is this not genocide? It is genocide. When the slaves defeated the French government in the Caribbean and they left, the entire European nations refused to recognize Jamaica, refused to recognize them, name them, America, Britain, France, all of them in Europe. They refused to recognize the Jamaicans as a country because French said that they should pay them $150 billion before they could for defeating them. For defeating France, the Jamaicans should pay them $150 billion. And the rest of the European countries, including America, took the side of France, took their side and supported them and refused to recognize the Jamaicans. One of the presidents then, they started paying. They said, "Oh, we can't be in the cold. We have to be part of the world." They started paying. In this contemporary time, one of the presidents argued that no, we shouldn't be paying. You enslaved us. The cost of slavery is more than that 150 billions, and that all the money already paid to France should be returned to the Caribbeans. And you know what? The French and their allies, including America, organized the overthrow of that president. And the Jamaicans haven't seen peace since then. It is wars and militias and all that, and clandestine manipulation of that country by the West. Why is this story important? It is first the courage the courage the Caribbeans used to defeat the France. That's very important. France, well organized, uh, old country that have been sailing around the world, owning slaves, owning places and all that, defeated by bare hand slaves. And it's also like courage. It is also of courage that a president says, no, this is wrong. These guys enslaved us, and now we're paying them for enslaving us or for our freedom. No, but the consequence came, and they are living with it. The right thing is for France and those European countries that were involved in the genocide that killed more than 1 million Caribbeans to pay them. But this is still the situation that all of them are holding. And they can liken the Biafran story to this particular story. And when you do, you will completely be convinced that no one else except us should have that courage, that mindset to work in the direction of restoring Biafra. And when we do, the work will not stop there. First of all, we will secure Biafra. Secondly, we will work to install order, peace and order. And that will be achieved based on the values that our forefathers have lived with for many years. We will use that to set the rules that will govern Biafra and use that to live as we have been created. So it is important for people to rise up and encourage themselves to queue up in the line, in the march for total liberation of Biafra. The only way we can solve our dying language problem, our health problem, our security problem, our education problem, our just name it. All the problems we have, we can work as a team, prepare as a people, put forward solutions that are achievable, and do them without a foreign marauding Fulani telling us that they want our waterways, that they want to set up a ruga in our local governments, that the forests that we have left as they were for environmental, economic, and religious reasons are now theirs. We will not have to be confronted by some marauding Fulani with their cattle and being addressed as a header farmer dispute. No, you don't dispute your own land with a foreigner. It is the most idiotic expression, or the most insincere analysis of this generation, to say that people who are farming in their farmland are clashing with marauders who are coming in from nowhere to take hold of their land in that sense. And that story was being paddled by the federal government of Nigeria, and that shows how they are accomplices of this particular evil that is going on in Nigeria. When the federal government of a nation is part of the group that is committing genocide, those who are at the receiving end of the maltreatment should leave. There's no question about it. There's no thinking about it. There's nothing to consider. It is obvious that the federal government is part of it. You are not hearing it for the first time. T.Y. Danjuma said it. Some of the ex-intelligent officers of the Nigerian Defense Force have said it. Boko Haram have said it. All the terrorists, they have said it. And we are asking, what is still confusing our people? Why are they not reacting? Is it out of fear? Is it out of a self false worth? Is it out of what? You are a Christian, you don't want to fight, and they will touch your priest, kneel him down, get him to bow, and behead their head, and nothing happens. And people are still considering that nation a nation. It's not. As my colleagues have said in the past, there is no, as and also Mazi Nnamdi, nothing can stop Nigeria from completely collapsing. By my own analysis, Nigeria is now a decaying carcass. You cannot resurrect it. It's gone. And on that note, if something is dead and decaying, we will simply walk away from it and build a better, stronger, lively nation called the Independent Republic of Biafra. This has been our wish. It was our dream, but we are practically working towards it. On that note, I thank all our friends, all Biafran lovers, all freedom fighters, and those whose our story, uh, who listens to us. I thank all of you for being there for us. And most importantly, I thank the IPOB family around the world, Mazi Nnamdi, one of the boldest and most intelligent Biafran of the current time. I thank and pray for all of you. But especially, I acknowledge the privilege given to us by Mazi Iyke. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi Cybers. Thank you very much. Mazi Ike Peters, thank you for having us today again, like you always do. Please take care and Chukwoki Kabia Magazi Ise. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Mazi Ike Peters, we're done. Thank you very much.
Probably allow you to make some calls if there's anything that they have said that you think you want to talk about. Give us a call at 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984, 929-4069-953. I have promised you that during this entire week, only 2 weeks, I'll be able to run most of our leaders' old broadcasts for our people to listen to, because they are all confused. We're all talking about politics, talking about money, it's so confusing. And the actual thing is that the actual reason why I want to, go back to our leaders' broadcast is that most of the things that is happening today, he said them. Whether you want to take it or not, whether I want to believe it or not, well, he's the prophet of our time. He says things, and things that he has said, they come to pass. Many of you, yesterday, I was listening to one idiot that they called on an interview. Nnamdi Kanu's case brings up a lot of idiots. It really brings people the jealousy and the everything about what is going on. It makes them kind of lose it. Yesterday, I listened to a program. I was driving and Facebook, and I'm like, where did they bring these people? Even the moderators in programs, please. When you want to bring somebody to your program, you think is the person. When you bring in an idiot to your program, someone who's not making any sense, you kind of push away people that want to talk to you, people that want to, follow you on your program. So before you go out there to bring in anyone, please, I'm not saying everybody should be very nice or whatever, but you can still be very intelligent, say something that is very intelligent, and be against what they're saying. But when you are there, you are looking for words. They're bringing you in as somebody who's dignified, and you come in there and you're a fool. More foolish. I know sometimes, like, when I do broadcasts here, like I told you, I say things, and the only way I know what I say is when I go back home, probably put back the tape and listen to myself. So let us listen to this idiot that was talking yesterday. Honestly, it was very terrible. Very, very terrible. He was.
Except in some other communities, but municipal, you could see pockets of businesses, trying to come up. I know these are the things that we need other governments with.
Started from the top.
Improve security, especially as we're going into the election. Ohanese have even gone as far as saying, if you cannot release him, can you kindly just give him about 5 minutes to address his people? All of these have gone to deaf ears. So Malami coming out to say that no one has come for the release. They said, Ohanese said he's playing the ostrich, but
I said it before that, people, Nnamdi Kanu will bring out a lot of people. They are confused. The more the man stays in that place, he is praying against all of you. And God is answering his prayer. When Malami will come out and say that nobody has come for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I don't know what that means. I don't. If anybody knows, please let me know.
But isn't that an insult to the sensibility of those who have been affected one way or the other by?
He has lawyers, eminent lawyers that are there that have been representing him. And all of a sudden, Malami is saying, we didn't let him go because nobody has come for him. Then, this is my young lady, what television is this? Atlantic Television, okay. Was interviewing the one idiot that he brought. I don't know where he brought the guy from. And the guy, I'm telling you, don't bring in people like this to your programs because you're making a total mess of what you're doing. Let's listen to this from the top.
Nnamdi Kanu. It beats the imagination or the mind of anyone listening to that conversation. The reason is that from late Mazi Alozie Mazi, who died, still requesting for Kanu's release, and then bring that back to Ohanese, and several other groups have been calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, as that should help improve security, especially as we're going into the election. Ohanese have even gone as far as saying, if you cannot release him, can you kindly just give him about 5 minutes to address his people? All of these have gone to deaf ears. So Malami coming out to say that no one has come for the release. They said, Ohanese said he's playing the ostrich, but isn't that an insult to the sensibility of those who have been affected one way or the other by losing loved ones or businesses in the course of the whole IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu's detention?
What are they still in court for?
Well, Malami said after the appeal court gave the ruling on the issue, Malami said that first and foremost, that Nnamdi Kanu is a security risk, is a national security risk, that he's a flight risk, and there's one other issue that he brought up. So that's why they filed the Supreme Court over after the appeal judgment. But basically, that's what from Malami's angle.
I think why I asked the question is the argument has always been about discharge and acquittal. It's not release, so to speak. I don't know what that means in law when it's a discharge and acquittal. You know, I was trying to wrap my mind around those two words because these are the contentious issues of Nnamdi Kanu. You might be discharged of a crime, but you are not acquitted. I think that was Malami's argument, and that goes to inform why they are still in court, for the court to either determine, either of these two words, whether it will favor the release of Nnamdi Kanu or not. Also putting into perspective the fact that he is a security risk, flight risk, as you have just pointed out. So it is for me rather unfortunate to also hear Malami saying that nobody has come for his release. I don't know if he actually meant the fact that they have not gone to court to seek interpretation to either of the discharge or acquittal clauses. I don't know, maybe that's what he actually meant for him to say that they have not come for his release, because I have heard a lot of leaders from the East talking about the release. I've also heard of Professor Charles offering to Shorty, his release. So, but I think the real issue here is about us to allow the court, because we have heard after that judgment, declaring Nnamdi Kanu free, there was another case instituted by the federal government to the effect that it is not a discharge. It is not an acquittal. It was only a discharge. I had this experience some 2 years ago when I had a relative that was in court, and then the judge gave a judgment about a case that was instituted against that my relative.
I want you to listen to this idiot very well. Not abusing him very sorry. I don't even know why this moderator will bring a person like this to his program. Now he's telling us the story of his family. What happened to his family? Just listen to him attentively. Because Nnamdi Kanu, the spirit that is guiding this man is making this, their foolishness is coming out. They go to embarrass themselves in the entire world. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know his name. I don't know who he is, but they brought him to the program as if he has something up his head. Listen very attentively.
The judgment was like they found him guilty, but he was not sentenced. So I was imagining. So we had to, another date was fixed. He was not taken to the prison custody. Another day was fixed for sentencing to be read. So that, when I went to court, that was when I understood what the difference between guilty and then sentencing. You might be...
Listen to him. He's already lying. Complete idiot. First he said he didn't know what it meant. Now he's talking about his brother. He's just making up a story to stay on television. And Madam Moderator, please don't bring people like this to your program. You make your program look very stupid and silly. He lied. He started by saying he doesn't know what it means by acquittal and discharge and whatever. Then now he's telling us the story of his brother who was found guilty and not sentenced. And then taken to the... Just listen to the liar. Don't give anything.
Guilty and then permitted or forgiven. You might be guilty, pronounced guilty, and then your sentencing is reduced or removed, or maybe swapped really to fine about? As the case may be. So the sentencing can actually talk about how long you are going to stay in prison, or how you are not going to stay in prison. So there are two different things. That judgment may have come to the effect that he is discharged, but not acquitted. I don't know what that means.
But Malami is the Attorney General of the Federation and the Minister of Justice. So by right, he knows the legal implication of that. So his statement was primarily that nobody has come for the release. Definitely he wasn't referring to the court proceedings in this case. That's because nobody has come for his release.
You wouldn't say so. You wouldn't say so because we already know that they're in court.
That's why I said Malami is the one who went to court. So he can't be talking about nobody has come for his release. His release in this case has to follow the court proceedings, which he instituted in the first place.
That's what I'm saying. It also could be right, because it's one thing to make a statement that I will shorty. You make a public statement on the television screen and then you don't.
What is, just listen to this buffoon. No man. I am so pissed off. When I listened to this in the car, I was like, what? Where do they bring these people? Because just listen.
Take an attempt to move to the authorities to actually do the right thing.
A quick one. So if you are talking about what the court proceedings has said and what they have not said so far, being that the case is in the Supreme Court, let's also look at one particular issue that was raised by Ohanaeze, and that is on the security in the Southeast.
Okay.
We're going into the election. Should that be a concern for a government that really wants the Southeasterners to have a successful election, a peaceful election, as the case may be?
Why would they hinge the peace of the region on the release of Nnamdi Kanu?
Are you aware of what is going on in the Southeast as it is?
Are they comfortable with what is going on in the East?
Who?
The Easterners themselves.
Isn't that why Ohanaeze, speaking for the Easterners, are crying out?
So why would they hinge the survival of the entire region on one person?
That's because
I hate talking about it.
You see, the government team, just listen. The jealousy is coming out. The jealousy is really, really sweeping around him. When he says something, I said, normally when you're on national TVs like this, in a program like this, you talk. It's only when you go home, because Nnamdi Kanu have told you that this movement, this thing IPOB is doing, will bring out the foolishness and the stupidity in you. When you come out, you think you are somebody. Now people are listening to you. Some people will now say, oh my goodness, so this is the kind of person I've been dealing with. What kind of human being is this? Listen to what he say. Let me get back a little bit, because, when he discovers that he has messed up, now he will start trying to jump away from it. But I love this moderator. The only thing is, next time, don't bring fools. Anyway, maybe you brought him in. Let me not say, because maybe you brought him in to embarrass him, to show him that he's an idiot. He doesn't know anything. I do things like this. Somebody who thinks that he knows, just bring him up to the public and disgrace him a little bit. Let's listen to this.
Not said so far, being that the case is in the Supreme Court. Let's also look at one particular issue that was raised by Ohanaeze, and that is on the security in the Southeast.
Okay.
We're going into the election. Should that be a concern for a government that really wants the Southeasterners to have a successful election, a peaceful election, as the case may be?
Why would they hinge the peace of the region on the release of Nnamdi Kanu?
Are you aware of what is going on in the Southeast as it is?
Are they comfortable with what is going on in the East?
Who?
The Easterners themselves.
Isn't that why Ohanaeze, speaking for the Easterners, are crying out?
So why would they hinge the survival of the entire region on one person?
That's because
I hate talking about it. I hate talking about this. The issue that brought Nnamdi Kanu to court are issues that are very relevant to all of us. We already know the issues, okay. And then we had opined that we should allow the wind of justice to grind, however slow it might be. And then we have gotten to the point of him being discharged. And then the federal government has come out to say that nobody has come for his release. It could also be for me that they have not come for actual, asking for his release.
So the peace in the area. Correlation between Nnamdi Kanu's detention, IPOB seat at home, that's cost several businesses a lot. That also cost a lot of lives.
Have you not heard IPOB? I have with a good authority. IPOB have dissociated themselves from the sit-at-home order every Monday.
They have done that.
And IPOB, as I know, is the arm that is being controlled by Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah, but Simon,
so who are those people now perpetrating crime, insisting that people must not go out for their businesses on Mondays?
Simon Ekpa is the brain behind
They have denied it. IPOB has denied Simon Ekpa.
Now, IPOB may have denied Simon Ekpa. They may have filed a suit. They may have written to the Finland government to say, we don't know this guy. He's a terrorist.
Yes.
He is doing and all kinds of stuff. Yes. The question is, what is the Nigerian government? Ohanaeze is saying releasing Nnamdi Kanu because he's released to them is going to go a long way to quell the peace in the Southeast. So the question now is, if they're not releasing Nnamdi Kanu, what is the federal government doing to ensure that Simon Ekpa and his threat, which he has done before with the 5-day sit at home and carried it out, and his threat now that there will not be election in the Southeast, what is the government doing to ensure that the Southeasterners will be safe and feel comfortable that their safety matter to the government to come out to cast their vote?
What will you have suggested they do?
That's why
he has no answer. Just listen to this idiot. She asked you a very good question. The answer to that is that the government are the one that is paying Simon Ekpa to do what he's doing. We know that. It has nothing to do with us. I said something here when I traveled, when I went to the station to tell them the sit at home is not ordered by IPOB. I was not given the chance because the man was scared of the government. So why would the government harass you if they don't support what this guy is doing? But this fool is now asking the moderator, so what do you suggest they should do? Why would she be she that why would it be she that will tell the government what to do? If you really have a government. You talk, you go to the station like this, you open your mouth, you don't even...
peace in the Southeast. So the question now is, if they're not releasing Nnamdi Kanu, what is the federal government doing to ensure that Simon Ekpa and his threat, which he has done before with the 5-day sit at home and carried it out, and his threat now that there will not be election in the Southeast, what is the government doing to ensure that the Southeasterners will be safe and now, feel comfortable that their safety matter to the government to come out to cast their votes?
What will you have suggested they do?
That's
so
why
force the people to come out and go to their businesses?
Excuse me, isn't this the responsibility of government to see that the people are protected?
The people they have not been able to differentiate between the real agitations and the criminality that
is that the role of the people or the government?
No, the people have not been able to differentiate. The role of the government because whatever Simon Ekpa is doing, it does appear to some people that it is still part of the agitation of the East.
No, when you say it's part of the people are scared to come out. There have been cases when they came out and then they were killed. We know about the pharmacist in Nnamdi and several other people that have been murdered in the process. So what is the government doing, the Nigerian government doing to ensure to make the people feel safe enough to say we can come out to vote? Elections is just about a few weeks, about a few weeks away.
The point is that the people of the East should come out to condemn and do whatever it takes to come out and do their legitimate businesses. They should call for security, and the government, they have a responsibility to provide security for the people to go about their legitimate businesses in the East. That is very clear, but I'm very clear about that.
Does the government have the responsibility to protect life
and liberties
of the people?
They do.
So what have they done about that so far since the crisis and issue about sit at home that's been going on?
I am not a mouthpiece of the government, but I think that the government has a responsibility to provide security.
Let me stop this nonsense, because this is so... Look at him. You're talking for the government. You're protecting the government. All of a sudden, when it catches you on the truth, you don't... You know something? Let me not waste your time, guys. The only thing I am going to say is that the moderators themselves on television like this,
I hate talking about...
They know who to bring into their programs, because, like I said before, and you never know, because probably this moderator just decides to bring this guy in since he knows too much, because there are some people, they know how to talk. When you're talking outside them, when you bring them into a program like this, they make a fool of themselves. He has not... What point did he really make? There were other people on the program, but I picked on him particularly because he's the most stupid, the lowest, I don't know, and they gave him the chance to talk. And the moderator is trying to modify you, to tell you, listen, the government is not doing what they're supposed to do. And you're saying, oh, the people of the issue come out and do what they can do. Do what? Pick up arms and fight the government? This is Radio Biafra USA 2. We're going off the air this time. But don't forget, let me keep reminding you that Biafra is our religion. And here on Radio Biafra, that's where we worship. Stay tuned, because Mazi Alozie USA 1 comes in next. From me to you, it's goodbye.
In Biafra lies our religion, the last hope we have is in Biafran restoration. I believe this Listen to Radio Biafra. It's where we worship. Sechuko Kike Abiyama. It's your kingdom come. Listen to Radio Biafra. It's where we worship. Sechuko Kike Abiyama. It's your kingdom come. Lost nation from the evil pretend. Everything advances for the world to know you are God. I believe. Listen to Radio Biafra. Sechuko Kike Abiyama. Let your kingdom come. Listen to Radio Sechuko Kike Abiyama. Let your kingdom come. Listen to Radio Sechuko Kike Abiyama. Let your kingdom come. Listen to Radio Biafra.
We, the indigenous people of Biafra, ably led by
Saint Mazi Kanu,
humbly called on traditional rulers, aka Ndeze, town union, churches, villages, kindreds, Ndiamala, and all paternal and maternal homes to abeg hear our voice and hear our cry in this request to please do the needful now before it is too late. We dey ask all the people involved to abeg try and bury all the corpses wey scatter all over Biafra land. For this one, they should say it dey bring us spiritual and physical problem, and now we dey suffer, we no know. When you know the root cause of the sickness, the treatment now don dey easy. Abeg my people,
now we don sabi the cause of the sickness. IPOB don come with the solution.
The research wey you do show say some dead body don dey up to 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and the death count na human being we go bury or na firewood. Everybody wey this one concern, we IPOB dey beg una, abeg make una do something no, because anybody when person start the journey, when he never reach the destination, in heart no go come down. As we never bury our people, our heart never come down. All the obnoxious high burial demands, competitions, effigy from churches, Ndiamala, Omona, in-laws, maternal and paternal homes, when they cause this delay and wahala for our people, I beg, make una try do something. Now all these things they cause, then they build mortuary, like said, then they build
joint,
church, filling station everywhere for Biafra land. I beg, mortuary, na factory, na children's amusement park. Oh, no. A stitch in time saves 9. With the call, therefore, say make everybody try for 3 days when your person kaput, make una bury am. After una go do the ceremony, una go do the effigy wey follow am.
Churches, traditional rulers, and other people that matters, I beg, make una chook mouth and chook eye and help us for this matter.
Because the person when they pursue cow, they call in them. If you no hold the medicine, he go hold the thing when they dose the cow. Now with the follow now. And the one on a talk, e go stand. I beg my people, make we comot this danger, comot our people from bondage. If una no do something, we the indigenous people of Biafra under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu no go waste time to do the needful so as to remove the yoke and our people from bondage. And soonest we go begin the closure of many mortuaries for Biafra land. The only dead body when we want make it there for mortuary, now the only one
we get caves with them they treat.
and after they don't finish the whole thing, settle everything, make them bury them. Mortuary no be factory, mortuary no be industry, mortuary no be amusement park again, no be recreational center, no be children's park. Remember, person wey sell land burying dead body don't bury two cups. Shey you never know. Now we be the owners of the land, and we don't tell you now the time to cleanse our land now. Make una do the needful. Our land go dey calm and our ancestors go happy wherever them dey.
Now the indigenous people of Biafra under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they bring una this message. Please, our heart dey bleed to save our people. Thank you.
Now, why somebody do you know na Finland na-enye order taking hand on government in exile, then why you declare your armed struggle? What's not self-determination? Now, if you declare armed struggle, get any business in way with the sit at home. You might sit at home with civil disobedience. Now, it is able na can for civility. How have you ever seen civil servant they protest the day? Army cannot protest without a gun because they are armed. Now, army are the for civil disobedience. This is struggle on Emia. They declare armed struggle have no right to call for civil disobedience. And civil disobedience are not mere enforce. Has I get me enforce? If you enforce it, it is uncivil. Civility cannot be enforced. Civility is by decision. Now, if you enforce it, you are discrediting IPOB in all their sit at home because all voluntarily. Now, you want to show the world none of them may enforce. Discreditation. Now, government is an agenda. Now, ask yourself. Kedu tundi na ekwegi na court ruling, he ekwegi na court proceeding, he ekwegi na civil disobedience. Sorry, he ekwegi na political solution. Okay, my court of political solution. Referendum political solution. Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally political solution. Right? Now, how come you declare armed struggle? Declare no checking point. Declare government in exile. Can you declare armed struggle without presenting two army in you go to uniform? But the director saying no Fulani na bush or present the ESN. How do somebody in Finland declare government in exile, declare armed struggle without presenting two army or one? That is to say, actually, government is there because he present the army. Government will ask you, the director present the ESN, government is there because all they play the show. Now, the case of free Nnamdi Kanu, ain't anything but violence because court is discharged again. The government, the word on the neck of Nigerian government. Why have you not free Nnamdi Kanu? Because ING inhibit in a court, they send them bowa, they court to Nigeria. Now I'm not saying free here. How an any reason now wagging and dinner so they are a woman in the southeast. Ima Onana what a name. Ubu now government Abia project there through Nigerian army. Omar Musa, a 2-division commander, a with 5 days I get you but a Fulani. Fulani will come in. Because when we are alert, I don't know name on our hand we but Fulani Hamana in a video. Now get raise alarm. Now 5 days Simon Epa non agenda, or Hanese non agenda, governor non agenda, can you governor? I think he criminalize IPOB can have the holy again. Now, how go IPOB Buga, all the contract and the Simon. Make sure we become holy again. IPOB who's in that hate, cannot have evil. Right? Or the agenda. That is why IPOB needs it at home. Order. Ega hold the governors hand I can't tire. Ega commissioner of police. Hand in order. Na say better all their plan. You know when you see them warn I warn all their plan. No warning. All do tonight with him Hanese be yesterday. Ma but has Hanese Kuoku. Equal see Dave man ya may instruct. Ya may advise. Honeze, Nnakpo Devu man, they are supposed to write to the Finnish government. Say I know when why do they tell Devu man? Because all their own business. Now, how can somebody not declare government in exile? Honeze ekwu governors akpọ meeting. But IPOB in order sit at home, have a meeting n'Enugu. Because ham and all their plan. How do somebody declare armed struggle? Maybe the why no way governor okuro? Onwe position okuro. Onwe foreign affairs, Nigerian foreign affairs ekwu. Minister of Information ekwu Lai Mohammed. Army chief ekwu. Defense minister ekwu. Mmadụ ji aha Biafra declare government in exile. Ndị ekwu na kwanye Biafra. That is ige ota ngwano ejido onye na-aga n'ụzọ na-asịga IPOB. Onwe ndị na-enye ọda gbuo mmadụ gọọmenti akpọtụbeghị ha. Why akpọbeghị ha? Meta ejido onye na-aga n'ụzọ asị IPOB. Because IPOB ka aha ha nọ na cases ebogidere Kanu. Ndị a na-ekwu okwu aha ha reflect na case. So gọọmenti kpọọ ha, ọ gaghị enwe meaning. Ndị nọ na charge is director IPOB and ndị ọ na-lead IPOB. So ndị need to tarnish IPOB. And IPOB need to secure the name because I am very God. How can you endure massacre, National High School killing, 9th of February 2016, Igawogo? Mpo massacre, 29/30 May 2016, Igawogo. Iguacha massacre, IPOB in solidarity with Donald Trump, 20th January 2017, Igawogo. MNA massacre, and the first killing of IPOB happened in Onitsha, 30th of August 2015 by Willie Obiano. 2 people died, 29 injured. We didn't go to war, right? Now, MNA massacre, 23rd of August 2020. We didn't go to war. Obibo massacre from October 18 down 2020. Egagog. We launched ESN. Send the Hanoia. Government about Simon Yaguagina Onyo ESN. Ndị mmadụ na-emebere ya n'Imo abịa na ego I signal our men no more to turn our people against IPOB. Ka our people say na ihe awụrụ Biafra na ha achọzi ya. But ọ na-adị unu ugbu a mgbe ị gbara ọsọ ka ọ ga-edo gị anya ka ị ga-amacha onye ahụ ị na-eti anya ị ga-emecha achọwa ị ga-ahụ ya. Gọọmenti will save that lekwa onye nke chọrọ isave gị ebe o wuru onwe ya dewe. Now ask yourself, how do somebody that want Nnamdi Kanu to be out na ọ dị enye gị date but Biafra ga-abịa ọ director ga-enye gị date? Wait, you love Kanu. This is the agawa anyị na-agazi na ana m abịa iweta Biafra ke Biafra nke Kanu na-abịa iweta. The man lost good family. He gave my Kayan Apata. Can you need a date? Now I can't to people. They only to draw hope. They divert their people because the agenda of the government is Nanakano power. How do you take power? Another power. I may try release your game with power. Divide the anti-nations. I can't way up will be. You will structure. Up will be structure and strength here. Man, any other no God. Now somebody abia say Gela anybody in DSS somebody agwagi na ye one spokesperson Biafra. Why na wete be Biafra? Why na ma powerful publicity secretary IPOB? Even na Biafra, enwe market leaders. How work with their spokesperson? Enwe politicians, how with their spokesperson? Enwe religious leaders, how with their spokesperson? How come if you was a spokesperson they Biafra, you want make we go appoint? And we go Biafra government, EJ appointment in the name of Biafra. Then you are mocking the Biafra. Because in a one daughter, na Biafra in with the name appointment. You are trying to ridiculous. Do you understand? Why name an Abia Biafra agitation? Name we Masop, and we BIM, and we BZDM, and we EPC, Eastern People's Congress, and we BNL, and we BNG. Biafra be my country here, daughter. Right? How I want to actually don't wrong how we fit now na don't wrong. Why did you make Kanu attach? I was a Masobian. Kanu was only Masop. When we create IPOB, you will try Masop there. Why somebody did show Italy Shanghai asking how is autopilot? Do you know the meaning of autopilot? Plane without pilot. That is to say, automatically you become a fool. You don't have leadership. You don't have channel. In your chomba, can you join near? At when director after always in done it. Did you understand? So that is the issue. How do you come in the month of December? Director and all that is Osielo Sokombosi, Osela Baristan make a job for Zo Baristan job for Bagin and Dine and a government is on Hasso. na ya nwe merigo case ya o merigo na UN Ojukwu lọgụ 3 years UN etigo ọnụ but such an IPOB hold international law for 1 year upon intimidation nọ here UN eti ọnụ but Ojukwu chọrọ ka eti ọnụ etigo ọnụ but director maintain ya ha tiri ọnụ aga na court Nigeria na Ụmụahịa State High Court Ụmụahịa 19th of January 2022 court erulo that na Nnamdi Kanu agbaghị ọsọ na jump bail no mere assassination attempt no mere o mere escape as military assassination attempt o mere escape and na gọọmenti ga-compensate enyecha the ruling Nigeria emego obe anya ga-apị court kpegbuo ha edisaji aka anụ si na onwe onye kwesịrị ikpe ya ikpe na court ọbụla and onwe court ga-ekpe direct ikpe again ebe a onwesighị ndị ga-ekpe ya ikpe then Nigeria disobey ye anya agakwa Federal High Court Ụmụahịa court edisaji asịghị return back to Kenya now onye gwara gị that na ya mere enforce sit at home Monday for 1 year out of this result now gbam the reflection onwebe reflect na free Nnamdi Kanu now imebeghị akaụntụ ndị ka igburu egbu Monday for 1 year ifri ibegi ndị ka ị gara ime enforce sit at home nọ na nga hundreds of them nchọrọ ka IPOB free ha anya asị gị mba ime onye anyere gị ọdagakwu ya let them send you lawyer ọkwa ị nọ na nga but IPOB nọrọ nga we send lawyer then onye ahụ gwara gị ga mee mmadụ enforce ị nọ na nga ọ jụsị ese gị o sendịkwanụ picture gị na net ka ahụgodu na-eji gị eji ọ jụkwa na-ese gị ọ jụghị ya bịakwasịghị gị ime ọzọ imeela akaụntụ nke ime rụrụ arụ 1 year because the whole result free Nnamdi Kanu shift from court from the same IPOB leadership according to the direction from Nnamdi Kanu ya anya ma gwa gị only a criminal ga-anọ na detention criminal gang ya achọ otu ha chi adopt ya without ime ka ọ mara onye na-adọ freedom ị ga-eme ka ọ mara ya ọgwa with the freedom ọ chọrọ you can't take Kanu na ị ga-achọ otu ochi apụta na onwe power ịchọ otu ochi apụta ọ gara ochi so you fit to do anyhow with his name now you want aha ahụ ọ na-guide since you want to ridicule it but Sam before ha eme ihe ha ga-agwa director ya onye ha instruction ya ụzọ gị nwa ọ na-edu leadership of IPOB eweta ihe ruo director na table ya ha sendere ya director all like you wait 2 weeks before you reply them ha na-eche ya na-eyuzu nke ha because all ya dị in charge ma ọ reply but they can't give order ịghọtara so otu esi eme ya somebody anọkọtazi egweghị gị egele onye dị otu a ntị that is to say they want to take power from him right yeah with the foundation now ngwa jụọ hapịa ka ọjọ jụọ
nwere mgbe onye isi kwuru okwu about self-determination.
Self-determination ka anyị nogodo already. Ị chọrọ ịjụ self-defense?
And self-defense.
Self-defense, director say ESN will do this for us. Now, how do we do it? Before we do it, we need to create the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Somalia, the scenario of Syria, in the northern part of the damnable Republic of the Sioux, not in Biafra land, sorry. Ebe ga create that noise. Also, no, northern part. Not here. Did you understand? Now, here goes again. They want to force us into premature wars. That we are more intelligent than them. What we have to do is, we have to be patient and follow instruction. That's how they forced our fathers into war. After Aburi Accord agreement. Okay, when I forced Ojuku into war. Now, self-defense has been a natural law. No matter where you defend yourself. But you cannot instigate a trouble against your whole family. You want that dodge, yeah? You want to defend yourself, you gotta defend your own. It is what you guys so her family against what. Did you understand? Now, self-defense, upon launch the ESN, according to international law, it's an ESN township. ESN roll here, Naya da give. You know why? I get you make ESN no help, ya boy. But I to send that no help. But how about Simon? Ya go na ESN on our communities. Why not coordinate with channel to ESN? Don't worry, I can equip self-defense. I'm separate self-determination or decide that he got warrior referendum. Or your self-determination. Self-defense, oh, Mado Biari Bugi, yeah, defend your own way. Now, Nigerian army now sponsor Fulani to kill us. anyị launch ESN to defend our boundaries. Ihe eji ESN mewu restoring Biafra 2020. Ihe anyị nọ since we defense, but we are defending it international. Because since ekere ebe anyị nwetable security nke anyị na-enwe involved na politics, only ESN. And ebe send ha na boundaries. Boundary with that ọhịa, right? Mụ na aghọta ihe director ọrụ. Ebe ha nọ boundary. Now this township ka Nigeria chọrọ ibubata ọgụ anyị ajụ ha gawa n'ọhịa. And ha ajụkwa na ịga n'ọhịa because ha ma na ọ ga-ejide IPOB. Oleti ma lụrụ ebe a before jide anyị. That's why the director na-esend the army. So self-defense and self-determination all the iche. And the self-defense I may apply. Now, is it when you come to your community, army available your community, or when you get the army? Which means army sent you. Onye be na boss army because he cannot stand the army. And saying now our man. That is confusion. How can in a burial somebody be an ego? You're saying now man. Why not ESN na time? The matter will have big. Simon help our ESN or IPOB or whoop the IPOB. Let us say gay and singing game my ego Yoruba. Listen to Omote Biafra. Listen to Ikenga Uruago. Listen to Ikem Patrick. How do about 20 directors again? As again, or say take instruction from them. Now, director suspend them at radio Biafra. Memo, I would director get memo. When you get memo, HODOS. And when you sign now HOD, upon not director on your order. Now let us go to Auto 5 POB. Again at the beginning of Auto, that I, Mazi Alozie solemnly and voluntarily swear to be absolutely loyal to the leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra. In Nnamdi Kanu there first. Mboya there, but only before you oppose or deal with DOS. Now the oath you take you go to the radio. I got here come and say and Nnamdi Kanu director of radio Biafra. In Wele now the actual madu onega sign here DOS. You like the key. Tuto again, young one who general commander, the top man he gauge there at any time. Then the government will be there. Or here Bruce or here Abiola. Then wear structure. When they catch you, your friends will run away. Because of politics. When you run away, they will kill you. But this one is not friends. This is a structure. Now government want to destroy it. Completely. And in anything, a project, directors now infiltrator and moles. Government project for years. After hammering cause of failure, 4 more tripod, 4 more iPod, 4 more radio international. Yeah, failure. Cuba now. How we go make sure that people buy an IPOB no go do already. How many years I plan to kidnap that? Uzbek kidnap their hand strike here with allegation. They did the allegation. He hated the leadership. Then director knows alone. He hated higher happy and alone. And when he got off time, who join Nigeria with the structure, not individual. The structure, no when the whole day you get him, no when they get him. And the case I in Nigeria now, on a wine diagram, how is here Nigeria? Nigeria report line is here, and he no country by country. When we get the menaces. So, Elaine was it your age?
Another thing to age in
let me come address our people, man, no life. Thank you. I remain the fearless IPOB evangelist Mazi Alozie. I am broadcasting from Biafra land, right here from our homeland radio Biafra. Here in Biafra land, I guess today is the 8th day of December 2022. Thank you. I am here with our people somewhere in Biafra land, unmentioned, as we continue to enlighten our people, to inform them of the things in our hand on how to restore Biafra that will be honorable before the eyes of God, not in a criminal manner. Thank you for joining us as we are interacting with our people here. Right? We don't get their faces. Thank you. Go ahead.
From the viewer and from the questions now gather from people to know.
Okay. Okay.
I see Mazi, Simon, Normal hijack, the fund, erase by Omadike. So when I juicy, go to Mazi Simon, she hijacked the fund of IPOB from our finance head.
So, onwe ihe gbasara fund.
Onye bụ ihe anyị reziri to counter the young man. Mgbagasi, there is no how. Mazi Simon aka ji dị na fund.
Lee anya.
Thank you.
Lee anya ma gwa gị. Fund IPOB dị iche. Ndị a na-erezi fund n'aha IPOB. Otu ihe nọ na nna ugbo anyị agaghị were aha gị ma aha biznes gị rezi ego. Olee otu ị ga-adị? Ajọ ndị mmadụ asị na a na-enye gị ya. Nwaanyị na-esi mmadụ before gị rezi fund meet onye a na onye a ga-asign ya. So that I got there accountable to. Some people need anyhow Biafra. We never need anyhow Biafra. Anyhow Biafra is like Nigeria. Are you aware? Biafra has rough my direct on it with one high chop. And I met Igbo. Government cannot send you to turn our people against us. Before IPOB and other sit at home, Hana consult national coordinator. Are you aware? How matter condition of our people? Okay, each and I'm not at any other. And jụtacha anyị reply ya leadership ha sị mba na ha ga-ahapụ ya na ha ga-use another method ọkwa ya ọtara because na nke a ga-emegide ndị anyị na jụọ onwe gị ka ị marazie onye ya na director na-arụkọ ọrụ. Nnamdi Kanu lelechara annual event ma ihe annual event otu a 25 December anọ eruo 25 change to 26 ịhụrụ ga ebe o mere that Nnamdi Kanu mere last year because not studied Biafra 20 years. In my home, that 30 May my Sunday. That on Friday, science or high gary, Nabali Saturday, now has Saturday, no Kusigo, no more going out. Ya mecha, large back in Nabali Saturday. They may broke a Semba. Okay, large in a Friday, yes. Saturday morning, call larges. Mr. Broker Sina. Nayage Mezia Sunday, Nage shift there Monday. Reason that our people are too religious. So that people should go to church. How do I is our fallen heroes say, but one Diana was at home. Why in the Ajinese sit at home Sunday? Wagging off friend Nnamdi Kanu. But Hajib. Onye Jeboga call for sit at home. You will go to Abuja DSS rescue our leader, not putting our people on fire. You'll be choose court, they go to Abuja court. You want to choose Rebbe, go to DSS. That is how it is done. You don't threaten our people. This is Igbo people actually miri as a slave. How to put one and war. The same people actually frustrated. People we without referendum have to go to hell with your referendum. There's something you do to an Igbo man, they will reject you. Imagine that now. And I be frustrated our people. And a job behind about time.
For long, I lack information. Ọ
na-arụ ọrụ asịla na is not working. Ị ga-asị na ọ ga-achere kwanụ ajọ mmadụ ajụ I'm live. Don't worry, our people, man, don't worry. Now, here could radio Biafra. Oh, he gave you that comes. I give you love FM. Give me a check with Magic FM. You can check with you another one. Let us address Radio Biafra the on 247. Come on now. I know log we believe. Him at the radio was strength. Osbej the director. Ajam ready Abia. Gaba right. Abia mezie. On our covers everywhere. On a kucha. On a kunaba. That on our cover everywhere. Radio Biafra the Kanu on. They don't all need you. Before they don't know do IPOB community the audio on. Where you gonna get you program the on. Working by against work. I am right at on. Nobody should expect completeness. Oh, an alweba, Nigeria and we his work. Okay? But our only he buying oil. I know the resources. Right? I nearly pose down I not sponsor Pandin on here. I not sponsor legal proceedings. I not sponsor everything. Go down a ban. So all talk was said. He gave me that now. He got a newspaper. He got on IPOB no sit at home. No say bouquet. And Nigeria they go weak. In my hand, the mayor. When we see him believe the gay boogie can. And that man I in a very gapa. He ain't the now wagging how so that he gave blame director. No way how I am Roger Malau. Yes, it's a woman there. ya bịazie ndị IPOB leadership ikwetebeghị lawyer ikweteghị ya cherecha ha akparịcha nwunye ya sị nwunye ngwa ga gwazie ha okwu ịnọ hie na-eti mkpu ịma na nwunye director gara ahụ ya na DSS jigodo onwe gị kedu ihe ụta IPOB leadership si mee ya ya ga ahụ ya ejideghị ya ihe mbụ a na-agba jụọ onwe gị kedu otu esi secure ya 2 times sit our leader a week ọ dị izi Ambazonia ama ebe their leader nọ because ha nọ armed struggle director nọ armed struggle ga ama ebe ọ nọ achọ ofu barak dewe ghọtara ihe na-eme dị ya now 2 times sit a week gburu Nigeria ịta ya ahụ taa echi nwanne echi lọya bịa ya ọgwụ ya hụrụ onye a kpọpụ ya kọt ọ dọrọ m aka n'akwa ọgwụ anyị now Nigeria regret is that because ọ ka hapụ ịhụ ya ka ha ji deny ya ise ndị ya kuje ugbu a na anyị na-ahụzi na mechazi gwazie Simon to take the mind away from our leader that they should not listen to anybody in DSS that they should do everything to free him. That is stupidity. Only a criminal can get me like that. Not an international man. The lawyer. You must meet him. The lawyer na one hundred director, but not director with their strength. Onye guy there about uru. Ne wo san meet your guy he get me na case ga about uru. Ihe na-achọ emetụ begi brain. Dogu ka esi m hapụ na m egele ya ntị na ege nne gị ka nna gị ntị. Odogwu was missing for 1 year and emere ụlọ ya attack na Ụmụahịa ejekwara ebe ọ nọ the same leadership ha edere ya n'Israel nke ugbu a ya nọ 8 days ha jụọ gị ka ihe leadership na-eme ha ma ebe awa leader nọ 8 days ejekwa anyị ka ebe ọ nọ 1 year. Stupidity of a black man. 1 year I nọ na-eme campaign ha bụ ya anya ozu director 1 year esekwa na sabotage 8 days ka esi anyị gwa gị ihe mere director ugbu a ha na-aga court ka ihe director ji aga court ma ọ na anyị leak gị secret ihe mere. You know some people na-agba overspeed and they overspeed dị mụ Ishmael ọ ihe mere Abraham ihe ịkpa alakpu ha ga and ha ga amụwa Ishmael and all confusion because ị na-agba ụzọ ị na-amaghị ụzọ ị na-amụ ụzọ ị na-agba ụzọ ị na-amaghị ị ga ụzọ ị na-agbabe before ị ga-amebe pothole ụlọ you need to overspeed ị ga-amebe sharp bending nọ here none of the matter. This is why study. They brought it to our fathers. Hand no defense. Hand chopping in defense again. Defense again our daughter kubwa. Ibale gwelu amabia. Amebe haga laza. They will molest you. Again we got there's a paper. They defend our people. E like we ne ba kwa. Kende ga about DOS. But talk about the DOS or wageba. The same people who send agent, Kabali in our community, Kabali ha boss, I may be a house again. Yes, she send our men, Aaron Abag, you that shoot gun, they are not defend there. No, because you are an agent. So, only way question Yajo, in IPOB and Ado Biafra. I am with the IPOB registered in different parts of the world. Now, some people get confused on what say. Everybody born in the eastern region of Biafra is IPOB by birth. Yes. But in my right, he discussed IPOB structure. He get discussed of Biafra. Do you know why? Dave Uma is IPOB by birth. Most of them are IPOB by birth, but he is not led by Nnamdi Kanu. He will IPOB Nnamdi Kanu, they took oath. But the whole Biafrans are carrying her along. The director saga carry her along. But you root nega how? And we can know that sit at home, Isrogo. Or must nega wipe your family member. You are not there. Now, to according to religion, my Christianity. You will discuss here, but I need discuss Christ. You will join. It doesn't matter your church. I need discuss the Bible. You will join. I need discuss heaven. You will join. I can't hear you. And they discuss Christianity, you join. But in the Catholic discuss watch a plate. You get in assembly be condemn one. Oh, your business back and can me ha condemn be. You got be Catholic sin ha wepu meri. On be ha gwara gi na Bible a no nwere ọzọ ge gwu ha weta ego de ke hu because so ihu nu kwekọrịtara. Church doctrine or we ihu nu kwekọrịtara different by different. Otu according to na IPOB. You know don't worry when we must up and when does oh na Simon ha chọrọ don't worry when na ikwe na director. He use your aha. Don't bring Kanu closer because in your belief, you got a guy there. Your account of it. You can't use my name, me him not get more account. You not account on me. onye ha na-etikwe mkpu na onwe onye o diri gị na-emekwa n'aha ya, then you are evil. The only thing na confuse unu na-akpọ Biafra itiwe mkpu, you can't reason. Na mmadụ tiri Biafra gwa gị freedom under government plan does not mean na onye ahụ ịdị intelligent ịmana ihe onye ahụ na-ewetara gị. Na mmadụ na-ewetara gị destruction ị na-eti mkpu ya dị ka ị ga-ahụ onye ahụ echi ka ọ bịa defend ya. Kedu village ya ka ebe ụlọ ha nọ? Amị ọgago park ya n'ụlọ ha before. Leta amị na park n'ụlọ Benjamin Madubugu. Amị ma ụlọ ka anụ ha. Kedu adreesị onye ị na-eche ị na-ege ntị? Kedu village ya? Kedu direct be nna ya? Mụwachi from ndị Agbọ. I'm from ndị Agbọ and any local government Oji River province Biafra land. The whole world maara m ebe m si. Kedu ebe isi? Ka m wepụtara gị tweet Shehu Sani. Shehu Sani sị gị Ekpa from Black India. Ekpa reply ya Shehu from Southern Sudan. Why not reply you onye ebe Shehu Sani from Kaduna. Ada amakwa ama. This was projected. This is a man saying Nnamdi Kanu na ọ ga-ayi apology maka ihe mere ike ekwere mmadụ. Ada amakwa ama. Simon Ekpa na video. Oh ya gwara mgbe after ịhụpe video gị na-asị na okay Nnamdi Kanu na a ga-ayi apology to ekwere mmadụ ihe mere na Germany. Ọkwa ya nwa tweetiri sị na ndị a na-eme adọ Biafra anaghị disturb business ndị mmadụ ihe a back tweet ya na how miscreant na wote esi eme Biafra. After emechara ekwere mmadụ ihe a ha niile ọnọdụ ya otu ha bịa he was there with ekwere mmadụ ha ọha nwa ndị isi ọha na eze na Finland. Simon was there. Emere interview ka ihe ọhụrụ ya sị na ihe mere ya adịghị mma na Kanu ga-ayi apology. Ebe a ka a nọ mee the meeting ekwere mmadụ ha nọ aplanụzie ka a store ya ha bịa project ihe onye nọ na platform ya emere Atiku campaign 2019 ha sizi oke ka channel Auto Biafra ha wetaweze exposition from Nigerian politics abịa ha eweta ihe onye Hausa ma onye Fulani mere nye ya gụọ na exposition to attract you. Ozugbo emere attract ha plot ndị ga-emit director recommend onye atọ ya nwe ha nwekwa ndị meet director recommend ya ka onye anọ na platform ya ka ọ bịa dị mee interview. Ịhụ ihe anyị na-ahụla na struggle then ịma na ihe ahụ na-aka ahụhụ struggle unu just hang ya n'elu mmadụ gbali egbe elu ịmali hey our men ịmaghị the danger. So ọ dị gị ka director command anyị mebiwe ha ya ga-emebi ihe. Kedu the repercussion? The world will condemn you because of ihe ọ sign. Ebe ọ sign ihe nọ open ị ga-sign self-determination bịa bulie am mgbe ị ga-ebuli am mgbe ị mechara self-determination ha jụ also when we reach to the last point and there is no other route to follow then we'll strike. By then we have followed the due proceedings. What they did to our father is what they want to do to us. Global conspiracy. Russia block Goye. Here we don't go meeting us of our oil. The only channel when now oil line, you can hand in Nigeria naba, and I say my terrorists. I popped somewhere in 5 days, including some by forcing. I have to see this kind of casting. I will educate terrorists now share the oil. America bring Nigeria to Kanu a fighter to fight terrorists. Use be why? IPOB draw to US government. Sihana na terrorists ano ever. No anyu aka chori iji ebu na ndi Yoruba. US are nezu order say e use kwale na east, e use na south. Since I use again na north. They now want to create a scenario that the whole world mana na enwe terrorists, na enwe insurgents na Igbo. So that I ga-agwazi okay, or I use it here. That una magi, una na akwa aka onwu gi. As if na ka nwe obi ana agba ya egbe. Ndị a na-atụda ya egbe n'ugwu ọcha ya nọ na-ele ha sị ha shoot. Ka nwe obi. Ka nwe obi agba ya okike na National High School anyị ka nọkwa na akwa aka. Enye anyị ọda na mmadụ niile agba ọsọ, gọvanọ niile agba ọsọ. They knew. Ugbu a na mmadụ niile agba ọsọ ịnụ ha na oke ọ wụrụ IPOB nyere sitatu ma na trouble ga-adị. Ndị ụka ga-ekwu okwu. Ọ ndị a ndị nyere ọda Monday, Tuesday sitatu. Right? Ha na-enye different illegal and onwebe nke rụrụ ọrụ. Duto no ihe ederede ime nke a ikwo nke a agafe ikwo nke a agafe ikwo ị ga-ekwukwe result ị dịkwa after mo hapụrụ because ederede ihe ederede wote esheme ya ikwo nke a agafe ikwo nke a agafe ikwo nke a agafe October ka agwa gị na flag ga nọ the whole Biafra land ihe a niile ị na-eme gị obiọma anyị abịaghị ime mmadụ obiọma letọs anyị akọla mmadụ ihe na-aga eme ka anyị gwa ya otu ọ dị iwe ọ na-ewe gị owe gị nọkọta bịa mee gị obi ụtọ na Biafra na-abịa mgbe mmadụ nye gị deeti Biafra ọ mgbe ị ga-agawara onwe gị mgbe mmadụ nye gị deeti mgbe Biafra na-abịa na-agụrụ gị ya gwazie gị na ọ chọ ka daretọ pụta ọ ka ọ pụta bịa restọ ya gịnịkwanụ ebe gị nwa na-enwela Biafra nwee deeti mgbe ọ ga-abịa ga-ezikwana ihe daretọ na-abịa ifriz kwuo udo dị ajụ ka ị ga-ajụ ọmụaji brokas
Simon Ekpafu.
Yes.
Mgbe a ejide Mazi na Kenya.
Yes.
Ọ na-aba mba sị kedu ihe mere na DOS ejide Kanu for 8 days. O nwere ka ha si kwuo, nwere ka ha si wee chọpụta na-ejie onye isi para mata. Na-ekwu na DOS ri bribe. Anadụgo m ya na ọnụ Tinasa Nworu.
Na gịnị mekwere?
Na ọ na-edefend ndị onwe na Nigeria na-asị na ha ri bribe.
Olee point gị or 8 days because that ị nọ n'ebe a si nsọkwa ya na-ele anya n'elu na-ekwucha ya gị laghachi ebe ahụ ka m laghachikwa ịma na o nwere mmụọ na-anọ m n'ihu ọ na-anọ m n'ime ọ na-abanye mmasị akwa ịchọ n'ụfọdụ nọ mmadụ n'obi kọsa nọ na ị ga-asị asatala m ọtụtụ kweshọn enwere mmụọ na-edu anya m eburu kasta betụ m nọ here gwa gị na directọ na-emere ụlọ ya ataki na Ụmụahịa ya nọ na Septemba 14 mgbe o mere apịa n'Israel October 14 2018 but nke a 27 1 year gịnị mere jụkwara anyị ebe ọ nọ 1 year onye ri bribe 1 year kedu onye ri bribe 1 year buga direct Israel ọha anyị na-ajụ ejụkwara ya ndị ahụ so direct ịma nọ supreme leader ma na-emere statement gbanyụ ha ga-eme Facebook ga-eme ihe attack don't you know na na-emere director statement ụbọchị Osokome nwa ya na-agba nkwụ nwa ya na-alụ onye Ọnịcha director jiri Ejiofọ ka ọ ga represent director na occasion na onye akpọrọ Nnamdi Kanu that represented by Ejiofọ ịghọtara ịgbawa egbe ghọọ terrorist barrister ga-evisit director terrorist a na-enwe lawyer ihe ahụchi ihe nyere Simon ha n'aka ịgbanwe egbe onwe ihe ị ga-emewe Nigerian gọọmenti agwazie gị na Nigerian intelligence na Abuja na ha achọpụtago na ESN chọrọ ịbịa mee attack at DSS satellite and na ha chọrọ ike ịpụ Kanu in a safe place by then ebuje ya jaji barak ụtụtụ enye mamịrị terrorist does not have lawyer terrorist does not have lawyer but to have lawyers did you understand so 8 days ahụ jụzie onwe gị onye ahụ na-agwa gị ma onye ahụ na-eme mmadụ niile ma nwunye director ma onye oshi o rere director ndị be director rere ya IPOB leadership rere director lawyers rere director ya nwa wụzie holy man no I want to know now director ụkwa ndị ahụ ka ọ na-eyuzu na-esecure vetri gị nwa wụzie holy man nwebe ihe i nyere ya ọkwa the same lawyers na-esecure ya vetri iji Nigeria n'olu ịma na ọkọ tụrụ in Nigeria ọ ya mere ha ji nye Simon Ekpa agenda of election that is their only escape route to make sure na asị na IPOB tiri aka na disruption of election which is against civil rights and against international law mmere na IPOB ji gwa ha na ya etinye bụ ọnụ n'ihe election ihe a chọrọ referendum ha ya na-eti mkpu election since emechaa gwa ya ga ebe a na-eme campaign na ya dị ndị ga-eyi okpu Biafra ga mee attack asịkwa IPOB anya sị na ọwụwa anyị Leno Mokiri ọchị ime Peter Obi attack ya kwuo IPOB sitatum ya okwu IPOB ya okwuta IPOB ya okwuta ọ mekiri chọ ha chọrọ ka IPOB join ya Peter Obi we fail ha chọrọ ka anyị cancel election isi ha na election ha egbuwe politician ha gbuo asa IPOB ọ nwe idea but Simon etinye election owutebe due to gịnị ha mana ha nyere ya 70% of followers already from Lorita Ọnọchie contracted student union ego phone nye ha onye Fulani na-aza aha Igbo na Facebook the whole Facebook Lorita Ọnọchie mepere ya logo in na phone nyecha aha ya a na-akwụ ha 14,000 ndị 15 ndị 30 ihe ama wee bịa Simon na-ekwu okwu ọ dị wee Simon ọ dị jụọ ya ihe ọ maghị ya just na ihe a gwara ya dị ọgwụla or you telling us we don't know gwa m nke ị ga-agwa anyị na-amaghị onweghị mmiri na IPOB ekwu gị na ọdịghị somebody chọrọ ịfọsụ gị into criminality ị ga-eji eme ihe na-enweghị meaning you want to kill yourself by yourself ehu director lelechara hụ na Monday ga-ejide ya n'olu any court iwegara ikpegbuo ya ịma ihe o mere or suspend the IPOB leadership or cancel gị the sit at home Monday ịma ihe o mere ya move ya suspend ya Monday move to the date of court. Experienced man, do you know what it means? It is all the easy to explain to anybody that now my people are in solidarity with me because I goes to court. Now, okay, your statement on Monday. Now ask yourself, why did Nnamdi Kanu suspended it? Government was someone hijacked bank commit to a crime. Now I commit to a crime. The media saw IPOB. IPOB has seen a war. Then Simon Aga become seen a one. Your dodge, if look next Monday, hate you. Them call him in otuto. Enye mmadụ otuto ye gasị mba na ọmụnwa nwe ya. Now not as in IPOB otuto ha reject ya dị otuto. For 1 year you take it otuto. Inyebe kwa na account ka emere eme. But IPOB DESN ka eme enforce open grazing ma ụlọ ọkpa. Plan itu mgbe ha gbaghị na ọha nwa mere ya. No ESN mere ya ga-eme gịnị? Ụbọchị ESN go ESN na Nsụka egosi video na ESN go ESN. It is not a criminal manner ka ị na-eme. I make criminality. Do you know that people know ESN one non-government? That I won't know. So these are things people that need. 70% now ESN. But why we cheered the non-government earlier is because the answer to our prayer. Because I be like governor as a senator as a go I look at time they may attack government. That's not the one. Never known their kind of attack. No problem. Not our watching like it. Did you understand? Now, after Haro Charia, Indian Kuba now, maybe I go better. Okay, and Hanagi has how ESN. Imagine a criminal that cannot be proud to commit crime with his as the name of criminal. Only a criminal on a JD card. How come you come to collect ransom? No, you ESN. Then you were plotted by the governors. All these criminals, Simon Amaha initially. The names, the contact in the Naka government. Only with a criminal and the political talks there and hand that over to Yama. Call them and give them order to commit crime. Simple. Many don't know them. That ESN have a reform. ESN with a shorty. ESN, I am one of ESN personnel, a bush. So, what we are doing is so that Biafra, had we allowed them to destroy ESN. Villages carry protest. I saw ESN, ESN, and those who BBC Iburia, you are gone. That I make it sure. Now I don't didn't make crime. You go down where you low to Madushi no Ali only Igbo. You should declare armed struggle. No na Israel. Govern equal. But IPOB equal very governing work because they gave the instruction. You know to Madushi declare my government in Israel. Was be declared I'm a bidobuani. Was be declared I'm a bidobu. But he declared he go see army. That is fake. And they mention 2, 3, or 4 cabinets, which your people will appoint for you. Your people will appoint for you because you will discuss with your people in the hand or enforcement. Civility cannot be enforced. And you can't enforce it at home. Or you're civil. If you enforce it, it's not civil. I need to make campaign here already. So maybe I wasn't civil. Now let me Wazon Oteshi Bo sit at home and I made it voluntarily. I don't know I can. Nde Burebu Buria. The whole violence condemned that peaceful one I made Nayad. You know why? When we put on your press release, Senator Monday na you are in charge. But IPOB may a map of your press release. On your press release, you and the press release, file lawyer. Are you aware? Now, a man in neighbor Monday, man able to IPOB, a man I defend the UN. Each and every back on any newspaper. And when I paper any UN. What's that the IPOB? A map of a press release, so can't tie it. My people are more one. Oh, when we had the challenge food, my IPOB mess. I use the normal law. normal law ihe anyị gwara ha n'ihu nwa m ahụ na-abịa anya oche n'azụ ụlọ gị jide ya maka ajụọla m ha sị na ọwụ ha obi kwuru onye a na-eme first sit at home anyị sị na ọwụ anyị nwa ihu ya jide ya Nigerian police may arrest na ndị ahụ na-emezi ya Simon ha etie hey when did the DOS started working with DSS they told police to arrest our men n'ala Igbo na ahụ na onye oshi a na-ahụ na criminal how come obodo ka na-ebe akwa iko nsọ bete obodo na-aṅụ ọṅụ na bebe nwụrụ na-aṅụ ọṅụ baby bush na-aṅụ ọṅụ na double lion nwụrụ onye ochi nwụọ aṅụ ọṅụ ezigbo mmadụ nwụọ ịnọ n'uju iko nsọ erichabe uju bete ndị ochi niile awụ obodo na-eweta information na onye ochi bete iko nsọ wụ politician wetara information obodo ekwe weta information because onye na-eche ha but ị na-edisturb obodo all the ordinary person ga-eweta information ebe a ga-ejide. You see why those criminals is na njide? We don't ESN na-agbalị egbe jide ha ejide ha ọ mgbe aka iji bitie Nigeria ha bịa sị ha na ihu ha jide ya ha mekwa insist na IPOB na IPOB ha sị oke na anyị ga-akpa aha ndị ahụ na-eme ihe ahụ ma ọ bụ na ha akwụsịghị ya Simon ekpa ha sị ha mewe anyị atụzi oke ka anyị kpaa aha ha anyị akpọzi aha ha sị they are calling the names of our men on radio for the army to catch them. Did you understand? Mgbe ọbụla ịkpọrọ meeting n'obodo ka fight ya criminal ndị na-aghasa ya wụ ndị ahụ na-akọmit mgbe ọbụla plan for echekwa ebe a onye ọbụla aghasara ya ọha wụ ndị na-akọmit crime. So ihe a na-emewu ka anyị na-edo ndị mmadụ anya because director adịghị after ma ịlọsụrụ but ihe ọ ga-eje ejidego ihe ndị anyị gwara gị. So ọhịa m na-agwa unu m dị ọsọ gbabata ebe a ejitụ mmasị ka m dotu anya so unu jichi ike onye gwara gị na enwe sit at home gwakwa ya na ọ onye iro gị o. 1 mmadụ emetụbe director enyi dị mmegbu ọ nọkwa dị na-eti ya enwekwa rekọdụ Nnaemeka ziri o sendịrị mapụ afọ mmecha ugbu a mee play kwari unu nke esendịrị mapụ afọ from barista Nnaemeka Ejiofọ ka m play yari unu ma emecha. Thank you ụmụ Chineke. I will be bringing it to an end from here. Ka Chukwu abịa ma gọzie unu ebe ọ bụla unu nọ. Ihe kacha wụ favor ọkwa favor ka o nyere Joseph to the extent that na Potiphar chọpụtara na Joseph nwee favor ọkwa ya ka the same Joseph ji gaa na nke Fero ahụkwa favor ọ ya ka anyị na-ayọ n'isi unu ka favor ya dakwasị unu nwa bekee hụ unu ka o lefekwere n'anya na ebubo Naijiria bụrụ anyị na-eme ha ahụ unu ha na-enyo unu ka Chineke nye unu ihu ọma ebe ọ bụla unu nọ. Ndị ka nọkwa n'ala Biafra o nwere ndị iro n'ebe a bịara igbu anyị ịmakwa otu isi na-emehie ha ihu ha na ngwa ọgụ ha nọ hie since ha mere years ha egbuchabeghị anyị. Eze udo mewekwenụ ya nara ekele n'ihi na iji Nnamdi Kanu zodo ha ụkwụ n'isi. Nara ekele otu isi mee ha disobey court order. Imele eze udo n'ihi na anyị ma na ọ last miracle. Director sị na ha ga-eme ihe niile kwụsị anyị ọkwa na ya ka ha na-eme. Ọ sị na ha ga-agba mbọ niile na ọ gaghị awa ọkụ. Nara ekele nara otuto ihe anyị na-eji akpọ gị wụ n'ọ gị ka o prezentịrị ọ sị na ọ gị nwa nwekwana onye ọzọ na-egosila anyị ọ gị nwa Chukwu abịa mgbe ọbụla anyị abịakwute gị anyị jisi gị ike otu Elijah jijisie gị ike mgbe ha chọrọ ịkpọ chi ga-eji ọkụ eri aja. Elijah nwee ihe ọ gwara gị ọ sị na ọ bụ n'ime ala Fero Baal were ọkụ ri aja n'ugwu ga alago bikos na ịma na Baal na-ejikwa ọkụ eri aja. Ọkwa ya nwa mere iji gbanyụọ ọkụ ndị amụma Baal ma elu ma ala ọkụ enwughị. Ọkwa ya ka anyị nyere gị Chineke anyị nwekwere gị nke a n'olu na anyị ga-eji Biafra efe gị ọ gwụla onwe ihe ọzọ ka ụmụ anyị gwa ndị mmadụ na enwere chi maka ha echefugo chi. Imele eze udo n'ihi na ebu chi lakwa ndị iro anyị n'iyi ma ndị ka ịka na-ezo ezo mekwe ka ha pụta anyị na-atụ ụjọ. Ihe anyị nidiri yuzu anyị eyuzula sọsọ angel anyị dị redi maka anyị dị capable so ndị na-ezo ezo mee ka ha pụta ihe so that mgbe director ga-apụta ka ọ hụ na anyị alụgbuola ha ka director hụ free way ka o nwee ike duru anyị gawa n'aha gị chi ukwu okike abịa amara pụrụ ime ihe niile. We have prayed. Ise. Thank you ụmụ Chineke. From me the fearless IPOB evangelist Mazi Alozie Mazi Iyke, from here our homeland radio Biafra. It is
It is 1:42.
Okay, it is good afternoon. Thank you ụmụ Chineke.
ọ na-abụkọta nwa anụ ọhịa ya gakwuru ka osisi ọ kọwakwanụ mmadụ ya gakwuru mmadụ ibe ya n'ihi na onye a na-achụ ehi na-akpọku ma o ji ọgwụ ya o ji nri ya. Ebe nwata na-ebe akwa na-atụ aka ma isi nne ya nọrọ ya, ke nne ya ga-anọrịrị ya. Ọkụkọ sị na ihe na-esi aṅụ mmiri lewe anya n'elu na ọ bụ ebe ọnwụ na-egbu ya na-esi abịa. Biko nụ, anyị ji ohere a, anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụafọ Biafra, Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB n'aha mkpimkpi, n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị ya nsọ, na-arịọ ndị eze, ndị ụka dị iche iche, ndị ọha obodo dị iche iche, ndị ụmụnne nna, ndị ụmụnne nne, nọsịkwa nọsịrị ka ha bikonyere anyị aka dịka ugwu ka anyị buru ebele. Nchọnchọ anyị mere gosiri na ozu ndị a niile bụ nke ndị anyị nọ na mọchụarị anyị na-elibeghị, so na-akele anyị ụkwụ na-epile anyị aja na garị. Biko nụ, ka anyị mara na ihe anyị ga-eme lipụ ozu ndị a, hapụkwa na ihe ndị ọzọ sochiri ya. Anyị lipụchi ozu ndị a nwanne, anyị abịa n'ụbịa eme akwara ama ndị sochiri ya. Anyị na-arịọ unu, onye ọbụla nwụrụ nụ were mkpụrụ ụbọchị 3 lie ya, bịa hazie ihe niile. Ihe mezikwanara emezi, a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Biko nụ, ihe ndị a na-ebutere anyị nsogbu rue na a ga-eji mọchụarị na-akpa anyị ọgba ebe niile. Ozu a dọrọ n'ihu, dọrọ n'azụ, dọrọ n'ụlọ, dọrọ n'uko, dọrọ n'usekwu, dọrọ na palọ, dọrọ na senta tebụl. Anyị na-ele ya anya. Chineke, igbe ozu mana m ụmụnna, ma enweghị ike iji ya mere igbe akwa. Ebe mkpokoro eso dị mma ma ejighị ya eme ọla aka. Unu ma ihe m na-ekwu, maka na nwata bee nne ya bee nna ya amara na ihe ọ ga-ebe agwụla. Anyị arịọ unu ka unu nwee ike mee ihe ugbu a mgbe chi na-efobeghị, tutu mmiri asọwa ọgba. Anyị ma ihe nji na-ekwu ihe a, ụfọdụ mọchụarị nọ n'ala Biafra anyị ga-emechi ha, n'ihi na mọchụarị abụghị ebe ụmụntakịrị na-aga egwuregwu, ọ bụghị ebe ndị okenye na-aga ezuru ike, ọ bụghị ebe a na-atatụ ihe n'ọnụ ma ọ bụ kọ ngaji n'eze, ọ bụghị ebe a na-aga nlele. Ihe eji agba na ntị eji ya agba n'anya. Anyị na-arịọ unu ka unu mee ihe kwesịrị nụ ka ala anyị dere ji, ka obodo anyị dere ji. Unu cheta na onye ọbụla rere ala lie mmadụ, o liele ozu labụ. Ihe abụọ apụle n'ahụ, ka anyị nyere unu onwe anyị aka. Ihe meziri emezi a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Anyị anaghị aba mba, ma arịrịọ ka anyị na-arịọ unu, ma ọ bụrụ na na-asịkwanụ na na-agaghị elebara ihe ndị ahụ anya n'otu ọ dị na mbụ ka ọ ga-adịgide, nwanne, anyị enweghị ihe ọzọ anyị ga-eme na-abụghị ime ihe kwesịrịnụ, n'ihi na anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụafọ Biafra agaghị anọ ihe eri ọba anyị. Ozi a unu na-anụ ugbu a si n'aka ndị IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, na-abịara unu n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị ya nsọ. Ọ bụ ha na-akọ mgbịrịmgba maka na osisi nwa ọnwụ otu ya afọ ọ nụrụ ka ala ibe. Ndewo. We, the global family of Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, under the command and control of St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they use this medium, they sound this trumpet loud and clear for everybody to hear them, both the deaf and the dead. Say, all these people, both big and small, in Biafra land, where they use the name of St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB or ESN, they waka krukere, they commit one community or the other, just to grab body and other nonsense for our body in the name of thief, kidnapping, collecting of tax and rate, and different levies, even snatching of cars. Or write letter to people saying that to support ESN, then be ESN. Our hand no day at all. Our hand no follow, and they no follow for what we they do. IPOB, ESN, and St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na brand name. We no they carry coal at all or do rough things. My people, we no know them, we no send them, and them no follow for what we they do. This ones na another brand of Perimas in another style, in another form, and another shape for this course. Every papa, mama, brother, sister, auntie, uncle, quick match. Advise your pikin or brother now. For the leg where they waka krukere, I where they see sharply, they see am. Person where they put hand for water where crocodile they make shakara, waiting they find my brother na palaba, and they go catch am. 2 was not there for the 10. If the dragon where they fly, it come you. Now through get the dance, then go play for you, and you must dance that dance. And now before you don't dance finish, your name go become obituary. But the workers of iniquity and the hired laborers, including their sponsors, in different shape and different countries and different towns and in different places, IPOB under St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go play Funa Surugede. And that music, una must dance and it go play and it go show. To do worse no dey for the thing. As we talk am, na so e go be. Enough of awutawo everywhere, whether na politicians or whatever send una, we no wan know. Our dragon net go hold una. Remember, the fly wey no dey follow instruction or advice, they follow dead body enter grave. We, the indigenous people of Biafra, under St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, no they carry last at all. And we they blow this trumpet because when it go begin happen, una go be thy kingdom come, while our name go be thy will be done. This message now from the Obungalicious, charismatic, indefatigable, great indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, the real owners of the land. They bring una this message. This now your opportunity to turn a new leaf.
Ndio changamoto nekwanufa look them okotoguru.
Anyị onwe anyị bụ ọha ndị IPOB bụ ụwa dum gburugburu bụ the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. N'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ ji oge a na-afọ opi ike a ka ndị dị ndụ, ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị ntị ike nụ ya na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ala Biafra gbaa gburugburu na-ekwu ya ugbu a na-ekwusi ike na anyị agaghị anabatakwa kpọmkwem ime onye n'ihu itepọtị ndị ekperemọlụ mmebi iwu na ọchịcha mere heaven oke ha na-ete anyị site n'iji ESN IPOB na aha dị asọ nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eji egwu ndị anyị chandum n'ụzọ dị iche iche, ịnụ ụtụ dị iche iche, ịtọrọ mmadụ, ịzụ ụgbọala, iji ntụmaka na-ere mmadụ aka point and kill n'ala Biafra. Mbanụnụ nke mere emekpuru ekete ọzọ emekwala. IPOB ESN Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ aha nwere agba eji aga mba a na-enye oche pụrụ iche, abụghị ihe ndị na-amaghị nke ha riri. Ọkụkọ amaọcha ha na-adịghị mma ga-emebi na-etekwa unye n'ihu ma na-erikwa ndị a na-eme ugwu n'ụzọ dị iche iche. Ka m jụọ n'ụlọ onye gbachara apriko gbaa igbe ụzọ zụtara eji eli nna ya, ọkwa onwe na-anaki ụgwọ mọchụarị ya ebe o werekwara aka ya gwuo alili ya. Chineke menụ n'ụlọ ebere ya mere papa, mama, broda, anti, ọnkụ, onye ọbụla ghe dụọ nwanyị ọdụ, n'ihi na ọkụkọ ntị ike ga-agbakwa egwu ike ọ gakwa n'ihe n'ofe ebe ukwu na-aga njem ọjọọ agadịghị alọta. Anyị onwe anyị bụ IPOB, anyị na-ajụgbu ajụgbu na-eri n'ihi na ọ bụ ekpegbuo nwa nwaala apụrụ ya ngafe ama nna ya. IPOB anyị anaghị ekwukwa n'efu, ọ bụghị anyị na-emechi emechi, ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe, anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị, n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi nkụ agwụnụ. Ebe anwụ m taa gada ịhụ anwụ mgbuo, dọrọ aka na ntị onye kpatara nkụ ahụhụ ngwere gada ịbịara ya ọrụ ma ịnụghị dum nwanne ị ga na-ịnụ yọm. Anyị ga-amara ji n'ala n'ụlọ na nke n'ala n'ọtịrị, n'ihi na mpekelechi na-emebi ike kama mpekelechi ga-emebikwa n'anya ike, a na-egbupụ ike. Ịnụnụ onye na-asọghị chidi m n'ike ka marụ nwanne m ga na-etanye n'isi agaghị m asụ ụbụrụ. Anyị ekwesịgokwa ọ bụ ndị IPOB otu ezi buru nnukwu ibu n'okpuru onye ndu bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ wetara unu ozi ya.
Ma ndị mmadụ n'obu mmasị na mmana okwu ukwe kwesịkwa n'ịgba n'anụ n'ime ụwa ọ bụ gịnị?
Nigeria, Biafra, Yoruba, money like Waruna, Nigeria, Guinea, Rwanda,
Biko eso m na ndị GFO onye ndu yesterday na DSS for you say 50. Eso m na ndị GFO onye ndu yesterday 5th of December 2022 na DSS afọ mbụ Nnaemeka Ejiofor. Abụ m ofu lawyer n'ime ndị lawyers na-ekpere ikpe. O nwere ozi ọ sị ka m zie ịma powerful ka m zikwuo ndị ọzọ ka unu nwee ike iri broadcast ya. Anya bụ ozi bụ na ya nụrụ na na-enwe na nwere ndị chọrọ itinye sit at home 5 days sit at home from 9th of December 2022 to 14th December 2022 minus on the 13th of December 2022. O wee sị m ngwa unu na ndị anụmanụ na-achọ itinye that sit at home bụ ndị a chọrọ ka ya pụta from the dungeon ọ nọ. Na ndị a bụ ndị federal government amalami kwụnyere ụgwọ n'aka ha wee tinye ọgba aghara n'ala Igbo wee na-eme sit at home ma nke kwesịrị ime ma nke ekwesịrị ime. Ọ sị a na-edeclare sit at home 5 days n'ala Igbo na December ebe a makwa na December ka ụmụ be anyị ji anatasi ụlọ. O wee na-asị na sit at home of 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 14th December na ya kansụl gị ya. Ọ sị m gwa gị ịma powerful ma gwa Chinasa Nworu ma gwa Edozie that they should broadcast it and cancel the sit at home they declare from wrongful source. The only person on us now when you declare sit at home but the head of Directorate of States, DOS, Chika Edozie. Any other declaration by any other person from any other quarter is illegal, is unlawful, and must be stopped. Where's nobody? Keblo onye Igbo. You not support ihe ndị Igbo na-eme. You not support freedom and action. Should enforce any sit at home on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th of December 2022. Also, Kunu matter now. Like the criminality going on in Igbo land. Awareness can go now. Anybody kidnapped, involved in kidnapping, in killing of Ndi Igbo is fighting against the cause of Biafran freedom. Iman Igbo Ndi Chorizo Iman kidnap Ndi Chorizo Iman Ezu property Ndi Chorizo you talk in a matter their support. Also, that is not the spirit under which IPOB is formed, and that is not the spirit of the Igbo man to kidnap his own, or to steal, or rob, or kill his own. Recruited bandits. Because of so anybody from anywhere, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, a command to see you kidnap one the mother, especially in the Ibanya. Mosijana Pamutoha, Mosijas Wori, Mosija Buo, Nonyama, Abro Onibo, and Nonyama Abronya, Yanam Ndibo Kusim and Meko. That in Ndibo, in all ramifications, must fight against such people. Biafra or IPOB, another Bundinka, another Bundibo, Anakuran Bumado, they had a trouble freedom. So, because one of the messages also can see Uno Deha. So, in my powerful, you can rebroadcast it directly as I've said it, or if they're there to Chorizo area. But these are the words of Mazi Kanu on the 5th of December 2022 when we visited him in the DSS. Myself, Nnamdi Jofo, Ifeanyi Jofo, and Chief Mike Ozekome SAN. Thank you very much. Jesus Christ, amen. Because from Nnamdi Jofo onye ndu yesterday na DSS. What you say with 50? That's from Nnamdi Jofo onye ndu yesterday, 5th of December 2022 na DSS. Afam bụ Nnamdi Jofo. Abụ m ofu lawyer n'ime ndị lawyers na-ekpere ikpe. O nwere ozi ọ sị ka nzie ịma powerful. Ka nzikwuo ndị ọzọ ka unu nwee ike rebroadcast ya. Anya bụ ozi bụ na ya nụrụ na na-enwe na nwere ndị chọrọ itinye sit at home 5 days sit at home from 9th of December 2022 to 14th December 2022 minus on the 13th of December 2022. Wesi mungu unu na ndị anụ wana ya chitinye that sit at home bụ ndị achọrọ ka ya pụta from the dungeon honor. Na ndị a bụ ndị federal government amalami kwụnyere ụgwọ n'aka ha wee tinye ọgba aghara n'ala Igbo wee na-eme sit at home ma nke kwesịrị ime ma nke ekwesịrị ime. Also, and they declare sit at home 5 days n'ala Igbo na December. Ebe a makwa na December ka ụmụ be anyị ji anatasi ụlọ. When I sit at home of 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th December, near council gear. Also, Mogwage, a powerful. Mogwa Chinasa, Moru. Mogwa Edozie, that they should broadcast it and cancel the sit at home. They declare from wrongful source. The only person on my Osina when you declare sit at home, but the head of Directorate of States, DOS, Chika Doziem. Any other declaration by any other person from any other quarter is illegal, is unlawful, and must be stopped. Or else nobody, Kiblo Igbo, you not support Hindi Igbo name, you not support freedom and action, should enforce any sit at home on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th of December 2022. Also, I can matter now. Like the criminality going on in Igbo land. Awareness can go now. Anybody kidnap, involved in kidnapping, in killing of Ndi Igbo is fighting against the cause of Biafran freedom. Iman Igbo Ndi chọrọ ịzọ azọ. Iman kidnap ndị chọrọ ịzọ azọ. Iman na-ezu property ndị chọrọ ịzọ azọ. Ịchọ ka ị na-enweta their support. Also, that is not the spirit under which IPOB is formed, and that is not the spirit of the Igbo man to kidnap his own, or to steal, or rob, or kill his own. Ọdụrụ na ọbara anyị, ọ sị ndị na-eme ihe a bụ recruited bandits. Nwere ike na-asụkwa Igbo mana ha abụrụzi ndị Igbo because of omume ha na-eme. So anybody from anywhere, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, a command si je kidnap one the mother, especially ndị Igbo anyị. Ma si je napụ ha moto ha, ma si je zuo ori, ma si je gbuo ha egbuo. Na onye ahụ abụrụ onye Igbo, and onye ahụ abụrụ onye ya na ndị Igbo kwesịrị inwe mmekọ. That ndị Igbo in all ramifications must fight against such people. Biafra or IPOB anaghị egbu ndị nke ha, anaghị egbu ndị Igbo, ha anakwụrụ na-egbu mmadụ. Ihe ha na-achọ bụ freedom. So biko, one of the messages also can see unu dị ha. So it's more powerful. You can rebroadcast it directly as I've said it, or if there to Cherisu area. But these are the words of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the 5th of December 2022 when we visited him in the DSS. Myself, Nnamdi Ejiofor, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, and Chief Mike Ozekome SAN. Thank you very much. Jesus Christ. Amen.
Go straight to the doctor and see if I can get hold of him. Good evening, doctor. Can you hear me?
Good evening, Mazi. Hi.
Welcome back again on this platform. It is Constructive Argument. Biafrans are waiting. We are listening. Please, doctor, go ahead.
I greet you all this evening. All Biafrans, even the enemy can listen in, and all lovers of freedom. Greeting to you all. Thank you. Before I begin, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. Mazi, am I coming out clearly?
Loud and clear, and I can assure you humanity are listening. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, today we continue on the journey. We have got to 30th of May in last broadcast when Biafra was declared. I hope if you follow the series, you understand the reasoning and the background to that declaration. It took a 1 full year from May 66 massacres to May 30th, 1967, before Biafra was declared. When Biafra was declared, the music that Mazi Alozie played for us was really a celebration because we moved from Onwuzurua, which literally tried to dampen the pain we were going through at the time, to Ojukwu, thank you. Biafra has come to stay. So there was a celebrative sort of component to our existence from the 30th of May onwards. Not that we knew all the facts or all the background situation. There are very few people who knew how vulnerable Biafra was. But to every man on the street, that was it. We have now arrived. Ojukwu once said that being a sprinter himself, is like waiting for the gun to go. And, the status pistol, and if you're sprinting, if you understand what I'm talking about, if you're an athlete. So as soon as the gun goes, you just take off and start sprinting and show the world what you can do. That was the attitude Biafrans had. We now got our own country. We're now going to show the world what we're made up of. And why? Because, Nigeria, the Northerners have always wanted to be away from Nigeria. So they're the ones who've been playing to secede, and we've been holding Nigeria. The Westerners, Yoruba, always want to do the one nation. So now that the engineered in such a way that Biafrans, the Easterners, are now the ones that have left. It's a bit like good riddance. Nigeria can now do what it likes. The Igbos have left. Well, it wasn't quite like that, was it? Because those who want black people and indeed Africans and Nigerians to be suppressed forever said to the Nigerian leaders, if you allow the Biafrans to leave to form Eastern Nigeria in a different country, they've got the oil. Not only the oil, they have the actual trained manpower to run Nigeria. So we have a scenario. The children of Israel are leaving Egypt. Now you need to go and grab them, bring them back. If they refuse, you kill them. So that's really what Biafra was about. You are escaping from your enemy who wanted you to leave that part of the country, which you thought was yours. And then you got back to your own village. Now they want to kill you to bring you back in, to carry on killing you. So people need to understand that scenario. So, but to the Biafrans, there's no task was impossible. They just want to have their own country. So what do you think will happen to University of Nsukka? It was renamed University of Biafra straight away. We only had one university in that part of the world. So immediately they started planning to have another university at Port Harcourt. The schools, secondary school, everybody was being mobilized to run a country, which was so, it was going to be a pride of everybody. And we were so keen and eager to get on with running the country. In the meanwhile, our military, what is left of them, really done, if they were invaded, if we were invaded, we don't have a designated weapon to go and defend ourselves. But not very many people knew that. Because if you look at the Nigeria setup, I'm going to tell you for free that the way it was structured, there was a heavy concentration of military firepower in the north. Yeah? For example, the 3rd Battalion was in Kaduna. The 5th Battalion was in Kanu. The 1st Artillery Brigade was in Kaduna. The 1st Field Squadron Engineers was in Kaduna. The 88th Transport Regiment was in Kaduna. Nigeria Military Academy was in Kaduna. Ordnance Depot, Nigeria, was in Kaduna. The 44 Military Hospital was in Kaduna. Nigeria Military Training College in Kaduna. Reconnaissance Squadron and Regimental Headquarters, Kaduna. Nigeria Air Force, Kaduna. 6th Battalion, which was being formed, was in Kaduna. Ammunition Factory, Kaduna. Recruitment Transport Depot, Zaria. Nigeria Military School, Zaria. And of that, the Western Nigeria, you have 4th Battalion, Ibadan. 2nd Field Artillery, that was in Abeokuta, and the 2nd Reconnaissance Squadron, Abeokuta. What about the East? Of the 20 formations, we had 1 battalion in Enugu. And that battalion that was in Enugu, because of what happened in May, the soldiers from this parts were asked to return to their own part of origin. So the northerners who were in Enugu at the time took their weapons and they left Enugu. And they said they're going to defend this for them. And when they get to the northern Nigeria, they'll return the weapons. They didn't return the weapon. So what I'm really illustrating there is that the East was defenseless. Okay? So you had all the heavy concentration in the north, and the people who set up Nigeria knew what they were doing, namely the British. They made sure where the firepower is will forever rule that country. So, but what are we to do? If we go to the north to kill us, if we come back, they're coming to kill us. So you declare yourself a new nation. I think there's an Igbo saying that the chicken said he's not crying that the hawk will leave him alone. He's crying so that the whole world will hear his voice. Okay? So Okuko say, aye, akpabega hawusa ebe hafia kama mwanine nudia. So that was the situation Biafrans found themselves in. We had to scream to other countries so that they will hear us. The AU, it was then, the Organization of African Unity, the United Nations. If we didn't do Biafra as a country, a sovereign state, will remain inside Nigeria and the state of emergency will be declared and will be wiped out. So, if we go back to Nigeria, we get killed. If we stay where we are, we get killed. So it's a very, very difficult situation. But the morale, as that music we played earlier saying, the morale was so high because you now have a country. So that was the only umbrella we had. We now have a country. So that is the background. So what did we do then? We had to learn a new national anthem. My goodness, I was in the primary school, and one day the teacher came out and showed us the new national anthem. And I'm going to just sing the Tony Sofa for everybody to hear. This is what I learned as a primary school person. And it says, mi, re, mi, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, mi. Mi, re, mi, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, mi. So, la, mi, so, re, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, mi. So, la, mi, so, re, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, do. So we learned new song for our new national anthem, and we have to try and learn it. So it's quite interesting. So I'm just going to share that with you. So a new national anthem, it's not every day you get born and then you have a new national anthem being played. But in the UK, they have the God Save the King now being played. It used to be God Save the Queen. So there's sort of a change in that sort of atmosphere. So I'm just sharing with you little droppings of what was happening. So now, we have a nation to defend. Business was booming. People who fled from Lagos or whatever, they relocated. They started having the business all the towns in Biafra. Everything was going well. But you had 36 days. Remember, from the 30th of May to the 6th of July, 1967. 36 days is what you're given as a country before war. Okay? And at this time, the coast was already blockaded. Nigeria have already gone and blockaded the coast. There was no plane flying in. You could only drive through Cameroon before that area was sealed off. So you're already isolated and the war hasn't even started. Okay, let's fast forward. What's now going to happen? Nigeria, on the other hand, Gowon was threatening until you declared their Biafra. So I want you to, undeclare Biafra. In other words, renounce secession, or we're going to march across, arrest you in Enugu, and capture all the rebellion, all the rebels, and bring them for trial and court-martial you. So what Gowon was saying is that this Declaration of Independence you people made is not acceptable, and it's a treasonable act, and we're going to use a police action to arrest the Juku and bring him for trial, and stop all this shenanigans. And maybe what it really meant to say is to carry on killing the Igbos. So the phrase he coined was to unite Nigeria is an attack that must be done. The people call it a task that must be done. To keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. But the original statement was to unite, to keep Nigeria one is an attack that must be done. An attack that must be done. So, and that was in the radio jingles that we began to play. So while all this was happening, remember you had a new national anthem. We'll have to now have a new radio system, a new radio channel, a new radio station. And because BBC have got there before us, BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, we had to think about what to call ours. You call us a Biafran Broadcasting Corporation. That'd be copying, wouldn't it? Unlike the Biafran, very sharp people. So they say what we need to do is to call ourselves the BCB, the Broadcasting Corporation of Biafra. Broadcasting Corporation Biafra. And from that Broadcasting Corporation Biafra, you now have the Radio Biafra, which you and I are listening to today. So that is the origin of the Radio Biafra. This Radio Biafra, before the war started, you started having people coming up to talk to us, Radio Biafra. We had someone called Ukukundem. Hey, my goodness. When I heard Nnamdi Kanu, I thought the spirit of Ukukundem has risen again. So Ukukundem, he was very fiery. He was a celebrated journalist. Student took on the Radio Biafra and started, explaining to the Northerners, this nonsense they're playing at, not fair for us. And they started completely hammering them, so much so that Ukukundem, when he comes on the radio and starts speaking, he could silence the whole Nigerian army. And so his speaking slowed them down, with Ojukwu saying, if they dare cross into Biafra land to attack us, even the grass will rise and fight. Grass will rise and fight. So basically, they were preparing the minds of the people that if the war should come, well, we have no choice but to fight and defend ourselves. And nobody in Biafra thought if the war came, we were going to lose. Because in their mindset, what we had, if you're going to fight, well, what is it? Okonkwo, we take a knife, Abreba, we send the Abreba team to go and deal with it, guns and so on. Unknown to them, this is not a war you use man to man, spear arrows and machete. This is a modern warfare, okay? A modern warfare, you can shoot an artillery, which is about 15 miles, and during the war from Elede, it'll land around the environs of Owerri, from Elede. About 15, 20 miles away. The artillery can land indiscriminately anywhere. So it's not a war you go in front and start, sword by sword. It's not a sword fight. So this is a modern war. And Nigeria had all the weapons, and we didn't. So that is already a disadvantage. So when the outsiders looked at the situation, they just sent a reporter like Freddie Forsyth. I wanted to go and cover the defeat of the Biafrans. So, the war hasn't even started. The BBC was planning to go there and report the surrender. Okay. I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's just the mindset of the outside world. They say Biafrans, this thing will be over in 72 hours. What are they? I read you all the formations where the military was kept in Nigeria. Everything was outside Biafra land. So how can you then fight a war? What, are you guys mad? What is the matter with you? So the scenario then was that the Biafrans have to get down to real. Those in the know need to start thinking about how to protect this new land. Okay, so they formed an Institute of Technology straight away, and that Institute of Technology was beginning to help to plan how to defend this land and manufacture things for us. They had, yes, you heard me right. They had the Food Directorate. The directorate was already in place. They had the Food Directorate. They had the Clothing Directorate. These are the people that were organizing to make sure we have some semblance in case the war breaks out, what we're going to do to defend it. So I'm just going quickly now, just to make sure we're not bogged down. So by God's grace, we'll be able to have a few time for people to ask some questions. So the preparation, I'm saying to you, was not what we would have liked it to be, because you already blockaded. You're not bringing a shipload of weapons to help to defend yourself. Whatever you have inside Biafra is what you had, and were few weapons that began to arrive. And dialing back to Aburi Accord, the opening sentence of Aburi, Ojukwu said, look, we hear that the people are buying weapons. And his name was Apollo. Yeah, one of the Nigerian soldiers was sent out to go and buy weapons to Nigeria. And Ojukwu was the former quartermaster general. Quartermaster is a person who knows what armor has comes into your country as a military man. So, but Ojukwu has moved away from that to be governor of the eastern region. So he knew roughly what the weapons were. So Gowon, in the Aburi Accord, in the Aburi discussion, they agreed that people were sending, soldiers to go and buy weapons from Nigeria. So it was decided that whatever weapons was bought, it will be shared among all the 4 regions to remove suspicion, and people should stop importing weapons. But the weapons that was imported was not shared. So to cut this long story not too short, the eastern region was really without any means of defending itself. So, but 36 days is what they had. So I will now go and explain to you what happened as we waited for the assault to come, because Nigeria wasn't going to allow you to go. We'll say good riddance. Maybe if there was no oil in Biafra land, yeah, they would say, oh well, they have left Nigeria. Good, good riddance. There's no point us to. It's a good thing they left. Now we can all have peace and quiet, isn't it? But it wasn't like that. They wanted your oil. They wanted your land, but not your people. It became very obvious. And that is really why the fighting was so bitter. Because even though they came with all this heavy firepower, we sang songs like Ha Sinelu, Sinala, Sina Mary, Biafra Mary. There's something they forgot to calculate. That is the determination of Biafrans to survive. And that is, in any war, you declare any war, it doesn't matter how mighty you think you are. Yeah, might is not right. Might is not always right. Okay? Hitler tried it, but Operation Barbarossa, when Hitler tried to cross into Russia. I've forgotten how many miles long the front was, with millions of people he sent in to go and capture the whole of Russia. Well, he failed. Napoleon tried it before. He's going to drink tea in He's going to drink tea in Moscow. He did. He managed to drink tea in Moscow, but then there was nobody there to fight. He retreated, and the funny thing was that the buttons the French used for their coats under such a cold weather, the zinc that was made of fell off. So they died of pneumonia because they didn't have enough cover to keep them warm. So every time you set out to destroy people, every time you go to conquer people, whatever it is, whoever you think you are, if it's unfair as a fight, and you think, you can win because you have the firepower, just think that the people might want to live. Yeah? They wouldn't all surrender. They might want to live. They might want to, protect whatever God has given them. And in Biafra, we had so many miracles that occurred to keep us alive. So at the end of the fighting, it appears that the enemy realized, and indeed was witnessed by outsiders, that before they came, they said, Biafrans were told, fight like heroes. And then when the French foreign minister came, he said, he now knows that heroes, in fact, fight like Biafrans. So I'm taking you to the battle to see exactly what happened. The battle started, this so-called police action, police action, which Gawan called it, is just going to cross what he then called the East Central State, go into Enugu, capture Ojukwu, bring all his rebels, and try them and court-martial them and end this nonsense called rebellion. Yeah? So what was happening then is that the Biafrans, those in the know, was expecting an invasion, because there was a lot of massing. Biafran Nigerian military troops were massing, meaning they're concentrating a certain part in the northern part of Biafra land around Makodi, right? So Nigerian troops are massing. All their equipment was supplied, but being, getting ready for an attack under Colonel Shua, who was going to launch the attack into Biafra land. When you launch an attack, you have a sort of a plan, a decoy. Yeah, just like in the Second World War, when the Allies attacked Germany or Nazi German Europe, they didn't just come across Calais. Calais from Dover to Calais is the shortest distance in England to France. So Hitler was waiting with all his firepower across Calais with some serious guns that can blow ships out of the water. But the Western allies went all the way around to a place called Normandy. Okay, and the problem with that the the Germans thought that was a decoy. But you're playing with intelligent people. Germans are very intelligent. Say, this is a decoy. We still wait for Calais. But then the decoy, was not so much of a decoy, was the real thing. So that's what caught the Germans out. So by the time they realized it's the real invasion, then it was a little bit, the Allies had few more, opportunity to get their toe in Europe, and then started taking land from France and so on, from German occupation. So in the Nigerian scenario, they attacked in two fronts. One at a place called Garkem. Garkem is the northeastern part of Biafra land and near Ogoja. So Garkem was one of the first places they attacked, and then at a place called Ugudu. And then you come to the Nsukka. Now, Nsukka is immediately ahead, literally north of Enugu, and Enugu is the capital. So if you're coming to attack, to capture Enugu, you will not come straight to Nsukka. You go via Ogoja area as a decoy. Okay, so there's a two-pronged attack it's called. So this two-pronged attack started off at a place called Garkem. Garkem is about 30 miles from Ogoja Township. Garkem. Now, so what did they do? Before they came to Garkem, the Biafrans, the Biafran soldiers, and this information is coming from somebody called Alexander Madiebo, who is the GOC, the Biafran, who became the general officer commanding the Biafran army. He wrote an article. He wrote about the actual war event. So if you want to study it, that is where most of the information about the war is, about the actual battlefield and what happened. So our Alexander Madiebo, he was in the Biafran military commander. He was trained along with Gowon at Sandhurst. He was there when Yakubu Gowon was called Jack Gowon with the sergeant major at Sandhurst. Sergeant major came down, everybody was telling their name, and Yakubu Gowon said, "What is your name?" He was asked, "What is his name?" He said, "My name is Yakubu Gowon." So that name sounds like Jack. "Can I call you sir? Can I call you Jack?" Yeah. So that's how he called his name Jack. So this Madiebo was in the same class as Gowon, and he would train in the artillery, the Nigerian artillery brigade, if you like. He knows about the artilleries. So he happens to be around the northern part of Biafra, which is where the battle started, this Garkem place, when this took place. Have another side to it. You can always hear the Nigerian side or how they attacked us, but this is the Biafran side of the story. So you have it. If Nigeria has ever published what they did, so you need to hear it. So in other words, the Ogoja area was when the whole thing started. So the General Madiebo actually died this year on the 3rd of June. I know most of you might know this. He was 90 years old. He was one of the remaining Biafran commanders. So he died on the 3rd of June, 2022. So he's 90 years old. So I'm reading, therefore, from his book. I haven't studied it. So this is where the first battle, opening shots, okay, in the Biafran-Nigerian war, this is where it was documented. So it's the battle at Garkem. The night before that Garkem operation, went visiting as a superior officer, checking how ready are we in defending the land. So he went to the northern part of Biafra land to check those who are in the front, close to Nigeria. Okay, so when he got there, he realized that the commanding officer, who was supposed to be looking after a battalion, a brigade of Biafrans, was actually in hospital. He was ill. So the second lieutenant. So the captain was in hospital, But the second lieutenant was the one. He didn't know what he was doing. He wasn't even trained properly. So he told them off. He said, "What are you guys playing at? Now, come on, let's dig some trenches." It's a dug trenches at an area where they thought would be good for defending. So a trench is when you dig a hole in the ground, and not that you're going to bury the person, but you're actually going to go in there, so that if there's a shell or a rifle, you can actually, a bullet, you may be able to have somewhere to hide. Okay, so it's very, very important. You dig a trench. And during the war, we dug trenches, and I say we, that is how we survived in the war environment, because the war was cut off and Nigerians were trying to recapture it, and they were shelling. Shelling means they're sending artillery, and it can land on your head, it can land on your house, it can land anywhere. So what we did was to dig holes in the ground and put palm tree trunks over those holes and filled it with sand. So now if the artillery land directly on it, of course you died anyway. But if you land outside it, you would live. So it's a trench. A trench in warfare is very, very important. You dig in and you protect yourself from all the shrapnels that will be flying around if you're standing or not if you're in an open place. So, having explained that, so this commanding officer told the soldiers off and said, "You better dig the trench. What do you think you're playing at?" So he showed them. They dug the trench and they got ready. So the very next day after digging this trench at 5:30, 5:30 in the morning, in Garkem. So for those who want to know the history, on the 6th of July, 1967, at 5:30 in the morning, 5:30 hours, at Garkem, they opened up. Nigerians opened up with a barrage of artillery, a heavy, what they call preparatory bombardment. You're preparing the ground, you're softening the ground by throwing lots and lots of heavy artillery over the area you're about to march across. So the heavy mortars, extremely heavy ones, sustained for over from 5:30 to about 9 o'clock, non-stop. So people who heard it thought, "Oh, there's some thunder, in the distance." Thunder. So this commander of the army knew, because he trained in artillery. He knew it was Nigerian artillery, and the war has therefore started. So that is how it came about. So those who were there initially, they were hiding inside the trench they dug, where this artillery was raining down on them. As they threw all this artillery, then the Nigerians sent in the APCs, armored personnel carriers, and we call Saladins and Saracens. The Saladin, I think there were 3 Ferret cars and 1 Saladin. These are the vehicles. The very, is a bit like a tank. If you shoot at them, the bullet will not touch the people inside it, but they can hose you down with bullets. So it's like a protective gear. So those ones, after the shelling, they send those 4 APCs across, to cover the ground. So those ones then went ahead. So our boys or Biafran troops were inside the trenches, so they allowed these things to pass. They didn't challenge them, because you can't challenge them with your rifles. After that, then the Nigerians send in their own troops, the battalions of Nigerian troops, were then following the tank. So they shelled you, then they bring the armor personnel, which they're then following behind. So the armor personnel passed by, and then these Nigerian troops have followed them. And then the people who dug the trench went on the either side, so that when they passed by, they're now behind them. Okay, does that make sense? So that's how the encounter started. Of course, when the shelling started, the Biafrans started sustaining injury. They're being carried away. But then, when the actual shooting was when the Nigerian infantry came across. So for those who know little about military tactics, is like you have prepared the ground, you then send in the armored personnel. Right? There were 3 Ferret cars once again, and 1 Saladin armored vehicle. These came in at 9 o'clock. And then the Land Rover was mounted with 106 recoilless rifle anti-tank gun, which moved in to attack armored vehicles, and they're raining bullets. So if they're spraying on the village, and all the mud huts, it just knocks this down. There's no defense whatsoever. Okay, so they approached our troops. So what happened? Our troops went on both sides of the flank to make contact with the enemy and then attack them. So this is what happened. The armored personnel carriers bypassed the Biafran troops, bypassed them, and they carried on going to the village to terrorize and kill as many people as they could. But the Biafran troops made contact with the assaulting enemy infantry. Yeah, so they're advancing. The half-heartedly, they were about 400 yards from the village. Now therefore fighting began, and each enemy battalion poised against 2 battalions. The Biafrans had 2 platoons. The platoon is about 50 or 60 number of troops. A battalion is over 100. Yeah, so imagine 2 of them, and then you're faced with 2 platoons of Biafran army. So it's already a mismatch. Now, after 2 hours of intense exchange of fire, the enemy turned round and broke into a run back towards where they started, their start line. So they were obvious surprised for the reasons they suffered heavy casualty, and they considered a number of prisoners of war. Biafrans captured some of the Nigerian troops, and one of them turned out to be what the author says a bore. He was just boring them with his whining and complaining. Several hours, muttering to himself. This is what he said. In other words, the Biafrans have arms and ammunition. In other words, the Biafrans had arms and ammunition. In other words, the Biafrans had arms and ammunition. Nobody could stop him, because what surprised him was that he was told that the Biafra just march across and capture them and come home. The war will be over in 72 hours. So when he was surprised that Biafra were able to shoot back at them, so he said, in other words, he didn't call you the Easterners, he didn't call you the Igbo, he said the Biafrans. So if you don't think you are a Biafran, an enemy coming to kill you is calling you a Biafran. Okay? So take that as a note. So they're calling you Biafrans, even in the first opening shot of the war. Yeah? So remember, Biafra was declared 36 days earlier. They are calling you Biafrans, even in the heat of the battle. So in other words, the Biafrans have arms and ammunition. I wish we had enough. Anyway, that's another story. So that is the first encounter, which I think most of us are not familiar with. They will tell you that Biafrans declared, Ojukwu declared Biafra and attacked Nigeria, so that's why Nigeria started the war. Here is it in black and white. The person they captured was not carrying any handcuff. Okay, the armored personnel were not police marked. These are soldiers. Okay, Nigeria had plenty of them. Some of them were trained in the Second World War. We just came up and we had to form a new military, from scratch, because those battalions that were staying in Enugu have already left. What was left was technicians and cooks. They didn't have any weapons, so we had to start from scratch. And to make the matter worse, the Biafrans who were in the Nigerian army on the 29th of July, most of the officers, over 200 of them, were massacred. So the people who could fight for you were wiped out. You have no weapons, and you have to defend yourself. So those are the situations we found ourselves on the 6th of July, 1967, when the war started. So now that the Biafran have surprised the Nigerians, at the opening shots, the Biafran troops were now anxious to exploit their success. Imagine the excitement, They charged down and advanced and soon run into a heavy enemy fire. So when they charged, then, because if you manage to stop the enemy, you then chase them only to run into another flank of enemy waiting for you in front of them, And then from the armored personnel, the vehicles which went which passed them earlier on, is now speeding back, has turned around because his troops are no longer joining them. So the troops turn around. So the armored vehicles turn around to chase the Biafrans, and then the other ones who are waiting for them find. So you can imagine the confusion. So their troops again moved out of the flanks to allow the armored personnel carrier to pass by. Again, from there, the troops returned to their trenches at Garken. So they came back to where they started, a phase of fierce concentration of artillery. So having got there, then the enemy can only shoot at them from a distance with artillery firepower. So because they have dug a trench and that trench protected them during the night and then to allow them to withstand the bombardment. Okay, so I just want to pause there for a second because that is to remind you that the opening encounter was at Garkem. Garkem is about 30 miles from Ogoja town. And it was in the northern east part, uttermost northeastern part of Biafra land. But remember I said to you, they also came to another part, which is in Suka. Okay? So what's happened is that I'll tell you briefly about Obudu. Yeah? So at Obudu, yeah, while the Battle of Garkem was raging, this fighting on that front, that side, they're also fighting at Obudu. Now, the similar battle pace was also happening. So this time is the Biafran D Company, the 1st Battalion. Yeah, this was stationed at Obudu. They're extremely strong. This time, the Nigerian troops are meeting some people who are actually in the Nigeria, who were formerly in the Nigerian, as well led by a Captain Michael Olehi. Olehi was the captain in the Nigerian army before the war started, and he has half of his company of 450 men. They were old Nigerian soldiers with the commander himself in a position to boast 18 years of military service. So this time, they're going to meet not just new recruits, but really toughened soldiers. So at the end of the 2 hours of bombardment, again, Nigeria opened a bombardment, lasted from 6 to 8. The enemy then put in a straightforward infantry attack. That was quickly halted and beaten back because Biafran troops are well disciplined and well trained. Then we followed them into an immediate counterattack. They launched into an attack to chase the Nigerians, but which was so successful that the enemy was completely routed and sent on the run. The enemy casualties were very heavy, and the amount of stores captured, equipment and weapons they captured was considerable. During the almost uncontrollable chase, which followed, many enemy stragglers were taken prisoners. By midday, we had captured enough weapons to form another armed platoon, and only limitations being the actual restricted quantities of ammunition captured with these weapons. So you capture them, but you need to put bullets inside them. So I just explained in the two battles, one of them, Biafrans were waiting for them, were really strong, well-trained, and well-disciplined. So they were able to hold their own in that sense at Obudu. Okay? So because I want this discussion to be interactive, I just showed you the opening shots of what happened in Biafra. There'll be many more battles, because the war was about 30 months. There are so many areas we're going to discuss so that our people will have some idea of what actually went down. It's not a police action. Nobody they captured there was a policeman with their handcuffs to come and arrest you and take him back to Lagos. It didn't happen like that. They invaded Biafra. Nigeria crossed the border and attacked Biafra with shelling, with armored personnel carriers, all sorts of heavy artillery, weaponry, and the soldiers marched in to kill. And they were repulsed in the first one. Now, so that's what was happening. What about the general public? Biafrans, obviously, you don't know what's going on because you're nowhere. For example, in Port Harcourt, you're miles away from the battle scene. And in those days, you don't have telex, you don't have, you can't just send somebody a text and say the war has started and so on. So how did the general public, what gave them the inclination that there's something amiss, right? Well, here's where Radio Biafra comes in again. So this Radio Biafra is very impressive. So Radio Biafra was there on the day the war started, okay? So what happened on the 6th of July, 1967? It was in the afternoon. By the way, 6th of July was on a Thursday, okay? So in the afternoon, the Radio Biafra started sounding battle drum beats. Okay? This battle drum beats was like Abreba and Uzoitem clan war drum beats. So the radio suddenly started playing drum beats. Okay, these drum beats went on for a long time. Okay, so the interesting thing is that imagine you've been playing normal radio and suddenly this drum beat started. Okay, so those who had the radio to listen to was wondering, what is going on? Something must be happening. So at long last, it's like when the Queen died or any major person died, there's a change in scenery in broadcast. That's exactly happened in Radio Biafra. So after long, drum beats, there's then somebody came on the radio with a depressed voice announcing thus, this quote unquote, His Excellency is going to address the nation shortly. So stay tuned. Okay? So, and then the drum beat went on again. Oh, no. And then everybody was obviously waiting, pausing. Well, what's going to happen? What has happened? So before the evening news, the drum beat then stopped. Then came the sympathetic but energized voice of His Excellency, Lieutenant Colonel Chukwemeka Dimejiku. He came on radio on the 6th of July, 1967, and he said, paraphrased, fellow Biafrans, at the early hours of this morning, some brigades of Nigerian army attacked our Biafran soldiers in 3 sectors at the northern border. But our gallant soldiers repelled them. And then, unquote, he ended the speech by stressing the need for everybody to be eternally vigilant, for eternal vigilance. And I remind you that Ojukwu's number plate was, if anyone knows his number plate, he put VIG1, VIG1, Vigilant 1. So that's his number plate. So that's an interesting one to drop in. Okay, so what I've done here is to tell you on the day there's Radio Biafra went into war as well. Okay, there was a change in the Radio Biafra announcements, and to set the scene for Ojukwu to make the announcement that the war has started, Nigeria crossed over and attacked us. Okay, so I think this is just a taste of what happened between the 36 days, 30th of May, to the 6/7/67 when the war started. And I think I ought to pause here and take some questions or interact and talk, because I want people to, ask questions and learn. If I can't answer a question, maybe I may go and find out the answer and come back to you another time. But Mazi Alozie, I hope this is okay.
All right, Mazi, I tell you what we are going to do. I'm going to open the line, but meanwhile, because obviously it takes up a bit of a while before the call starts coming in on the WhatsApp line. So what you're gonna do is you will continue, and as soon as a call comes in, I will alert you, and then of course we give chance for the call. We take the question, and then So if you may continue while I open the lines, and then we wait for the calls to come through.
Okay, thanks. That's good. All right. So now.
And please, one more thing. Sorry. One more thing. Let me announce the numbers to call. So if you are listening right now, it is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Iyke. And of course, we're talking Biafran history. And I am opening the line in case if you want to call, you have a question, historical, that you want to ask our guest this evening. Please call on our WhatsApp line. And the numbers are +27 740 678 412. I repeat, +27 740 678 412, and for the last time, +27 740 678-412. That is our WhatsApp line, and that is the number you can call. We will take your question. You don't have to give a long speech. Just ask a question, and then we will take it from there. So we are waiting for your question. Please don't call on the Skype line because our Skype line is engaged. Our guest is currently on the Skype line. Just call on this WhatsApp line. Many of you knows this line. All right, Mazi, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll double back and say before the war started, you can't work in isolation. Okay, in other words, the world where Biafra Nigeria is a war, but you have to remember they both are in the planet Earth. Yeah, so you have to look at what is happening outside Nigeria in the world. So the geopolitics of the world at the time was that of Cold War. Now, what does that mean? It means the West was arraigned against the communist Russia. Okay, so they are vying to see who would dominate the planet. Both had their weapons. So this war, Biafra Nigeria War, was in the Cold War environment. Okay, the second thing was the Vietnam War was on. Okay, so the media might be more interested in Vietnam than Nigeria Biafra War. Okay. Then prior to that, 6 Day War. The 6 Day War is on the 5th of June to 10th of June, where Israel was fighting the Arab nations. They massed the Arab nation united to fight Israel. Okay? So as a result of that 6 Day War, which Israel gained more territories, there was then a blockade of the Suez Canal. So there was what we call the energy crisis started, which we have at the moment. So the oil that was coming from the Middle East wasn't going through the Suez Canal. So immediately, the UK, for example, needs oil. They need the oil to run their industry, but it's not coming through Suez Canal. They've already gone to war before to open the Suez Canal, but this time it was blocked after the 6 Day War. The Arab nation wanted boycott anyone sending oil to the West because they perceived that the West was supporting Israel and so on. So,
all right, Mazi, if you can hold on for this, I think I have a caller. Let's go to the caller and see what question the caller have. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi Iyke.
Mazi, good evening. Please, your names and where you're calling, and then, of course, you give us your question, and then you listen on the background. Thank you.
Yes, Ndewo, my dear brother Mazi Iyke, and our honorable Dr. Okachi. I want to thank you. In fact, I've been following this program right from the first one until date. The thing is that from the first history, from the first, what would I call it now? Is it history of what happened to our people till today? It has been I've not my perception of the way I view Nigeria before has changed. You know, if my hatred was should I say 100% before, it has doubled. You know, because of the series of massacres, because of everything. And I want to thank Dr. Okachi for bringing this to the notice. But I want to make a request that if it's possible, there was, I don't know if it is the part 2 or part 3, where he talked about the witnesses, the people that were witnessing for the massacre in Castina, Sokoto. If it can be made like a form of hard copy, you know, a short hard copy, and I'm sure Biafrans are willing to have it in any way, in any form, because sometimes, you know, in audio,
Mazi,
it can be lost.
Mazi, please, just to summarize, because of time and there's a lot of caller waiting, do you want to ask a question or just the request?
Yes, the request, and then also it's not a question. One thing I want Dr. Kaji to tell us, please.
Yes.
Why do we have a lot of our people? There was a day you asked him this question, but the answer was not very clear to me. I want to know, after all the massacre, even before the war, and the one after the war. Why do we still have a lot of our people in the north today? I want to know. I want to know. You've asked him this question.
All right,
but
Mazi. He's going to answer it now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndebo. All right, Doctor, I don't know if you get the question.
No, I did not hear fully.
All right, let me say he first of all he made a request in one of your history lesson part 2 where you spoke about the eyewitnesses, during the war. So he said if you can make it available in hard copy, it will be appreciated. That was a request he made. And then he asked a question. He said that upon all the massacring of our people before and during and after the war, why do we still have Biafrans still living in the north? That was his question. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I don't know what your name is. Thank you for asking. The actual evidence I've already mentioned in those earlier talks. Those people who are massacred in the north, they had to give evidence before a judge, okay, in a tribunal. That tribunal is called the Report of Justice GCM Onyuke Tribunal. Is summarized by saying this massacre of Ndibo in 1966. There's a book. It's not an article. It's just a book which gives a summary of what the massacre was about. Okay, so get hold of Justice Onyuke 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 Tribunal. Is the Eastern Nigerian at that time government documentation of what happened to the Ndibo in the north. Okay, now they have been killed during the war, before the war rather, which that one was about. Now, although they're entering Ogoja now, you're going to see what they did to people they caught. They kill more people. So to answer your question, why are they still in the north? I think, Mazi Alozie, you asked me this question last time.
Yes, I did.
Yes, and I've answered it. I said, if you had proper infrastructure in the south, in the eastern region, in the Biafran land, if they had trains, if they had airport, if they have access to the sea where you're importing things, they would not be outside Biafran land. They don't need to. Yeah, they would develop that Biafran land. Now, but the problem now is not just them being in the north, is even if they came back to the part we call Biafra land, they're being killed. There are people waiting for them in the farms, in the forest. There are people waiting for them in their town. They have to pay tofi every corner they pass. So Nigeria is a mess for them. So wherever you are, you're not safe. So that's where we need Biafra. So what I will advise them, wherever you are, so start thinking about having a country where when Biafra comes, all you have in the north, which is your properties and so on, and therefore you're a bit reluctant and hesitant in joining the Biafra movement. Those properties would and should be guaranteed because you'll be a foreigner in your own country and they can then take your property. But at the moment, you claim to be a Nigerian, they can kill you anytime and take your property. So that's the dilemma we find ourselves. I wish I have all the answers. Thank you very much.
All right, Doctor, I still have another caller on WhatsApp. Let's go and find out what question he has. Caller on WhatsApp, Mazi Simon, can you hear me? Please turn down your radio. Turn down your radio, Mazi.
I'm out.
All right.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Simon. I am calling from Ameria Spain. The Chukwu Kikabiyama bless every IPOB family member all over the world. Bless our able leader, Onyendu. Anywhere he is, Chukwu Kikabiyama will be with him. Protect all IPOB family members all over the world. You see?
You see?
Ndewo n'umunne. Dede. Okachi ibem. Ndewo. Otele nchọwara gị mụ amaghịzi nke na-eme eme. Dede na ihe na-ekwu Simon Iyke. Go.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Go ahead and ask your question and I will relate to him. Maybe he's not hearing you very well. Go ahead.
I'm not hearing you properly. So quickly talk to Mazi Alozie and then
Yes,
relate
yes,
to
go
me.
ahead. Ask your question and I will relate to him.
Then why brought them This go to you. They do catch it. Anyway, EJ about Chinua. I want to know about Chinua project. Did.
All right. So the question is, you want to know about Chinua project. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Mazi. Okay, then I will put the question across to him.
So is he not hearing?
No, it's fine. It's all about question. I will ask him, and then you need to drop the phone, and then you will listen on the background. He will answer the question.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
On this occasion, I think I heard Chinua project. Is that right?
Yes, that's what he's asking. Chinua project. Yes, please go ahead.
Excellent. Who's asking?
Mazi Simon Anyanugo from Spain, Ameria, Spain.
Yeah, my brother, Simon. Nice to hear from you, sir. Okay. Chinua project is something, by God's grace, I will explain more on the platform like this. Chinua project is about the economic genocide meted on Biafrans, because after the war, they made sure those people who had money in the bank didn't access it. They shut us down. So if you had £1,000 in the bank, you're only allowed £20. If you had £5 in the bank, you're not allowed to have £20. Yeah? And there's a change in currency which caught Biafrans out. It's something with the permission of Iyke or any other radio platform to explain properly to people. I've already presented it in Radio Biafra before. And lots of people waiting to understand more about it, is whereby we reverse the economic genocide which the Nigerian meted on us, whereby those who survived the war and they went back to their bank and say, bank manager, oh, well done, you survived the war. So yes. Can I have my money now, please? Oh, what money are we talking about? Oh, do you know the amount I had in my bank account before I ran away from Zaria? Yes. How much is it? Oh, 20,000. Okay, £20,000. Yeah, okay. Can I have maybe 2,000 to start my business again? No, the government said you only allow £20 ex gratia. Out of the kindness of their heart, they only give you £20. So you go home and you died of heart failure because you survived the war. You probably lost members of relatives. You want to start a business. The money you have, you cannot access it. So what I did was to look into the possibility of utilizing that knowledge to rebuild Biafrans in their economic endeavor. So with the opportunity, I'll talk about it more, okay? Because it's an important project. Simon, thank you very much. Briefly, is when the Biafrans wake up and realize that economically, if we all get together, and I've outlined it already in the radio, it is possible as a nation for Biafrans throughout the world to raise 1 billion in one day. And I'll explain how that is possible in our radio broadcast. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for that, my brother Simon. I'm sure you've heard the answer to that. The Chinua project, he will emphasize more on next time. All right. Let's go back to the line. Caller on WhatsApp. I don't know if you can hear me. Caller on WhatsApp.
Yeah, Mazi, good evening, sir.
Good evening from here, Mazi. Please, your names and where you're calling from. Then you ask your question.
Yeah, I'm calling from Hong Kong. My name is Ndoka Tukudujen.
Mazi,
my question is, he said they were collecting weapons from the Nigerian government, but they don't have bullets. So how did I get bullets?
All right, brilliant.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask him that. Okay, you can stay back on the background, and then, of course, I will relay your question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, Doctor, I don't know if you heard that. He said that you spoke about...
I didn't hear this.
All right, let me relay it to you. He said that you told us that the Biafran armies were collecting weapons from the Nigerian soldiers, but they don't have the bullets. So how did they end up getting the bullets? That was his question.
Okay, when you in the heat of the battle, the enemy drops a weapon, like let's say a rifle, you pick that up. You don't have necessarily the bullet to go inside it because you didn't collect the bullets as well. The bullet is stored somewhere else. So that's the point I'm making.
Right.
You captured as much of the equipment of the enemy, but sometimes you don't have the arms. There's something called arms and ammunition. Yeah? The rifle and the bullet, they're different things. You can carry the weapon, but if there's nothing going inside it, it's not going to work, is it? So when you capture the stores of the enemy, you may not necessarily have the same caliber to match it when you get to your home, because when you run out what you captured, you haven't got anything to replace it. Take the mortar bombs, for example. You can capture a mortar. A mortar is something you drop a bomb into and it takes off and blows up the enemy. The actual machine itself, you can carry it, you captured it. But if you don't have the bomb to use it, it's not as effective. That's the point I'm making. Okay? I hope that's explained it.
All right. That's correct. Thank you very much. All right. Go ahead. I don't have a caller holding, but you can continue. If a caller comes in, I will alert you.
Okay. So we're talking about the background, the geopolitical situation in the world at the time of the war. Okay. I said the Cold War, the Vietnam, the 6-Day War. The 6-Day War affected us more because the Israelis, they captured more territory from the Arabs. The issue here was the Arabs retaliated by blocking the Suez Canal and causing an oil embargo. So there was just like we have now, there's an energy crisis. The Western world needed the oil badly through the Suez Canal. So if they're not getting oil from Suez Canal, where else are they going to get the oil, I wonder? Britain knew that oil in Biafra land.
Doctor, if I may come in, are you saying that the 6-Day Arab-Israeli war was happening the same time during Biafran war? Is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, where most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's not
from war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, where most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's
from war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, where most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's
from war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, where most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's no
from war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, where most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's
from war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, where most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's not
from war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, where most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's not
from war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, where most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's not
from war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, where most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's
from war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, where most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's
from war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June.
All right.
June 1st to June 10th. So it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it does not.
From war, is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it doesn't. It occurred in June. It occurred in June.
All right.
June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because it does not.
Biko eso m na ndị GFO onye ndu yesterday na DSS. What you say with 50? Eso m na ndị GFO onye ndu yesterday 5th of December 2022 na DSS. Afọ mbụ Nnamdi Ejiofor. Abụ m ofu lawyer n'ime ndị lawyers na-ekpere ikpe. O nwere ozi ọ sị ka m zie ịma powerful ka m zikwuo ndị ọzọ ka unu nwee ike iri broadcast ya. Anya bụ ozi bụ na ya nụrụ na na-enwe na nwere ndị chọrọ itinye sit at home 5 days sit at home from 9th of December 2022 to 14th December 2022 minus on the 13th of December 2022. O wee sị m gwa unu na ndị anụ na-achọ itinye that sit at home bụ ndị a chọrọ ka ya pụta from the dungeon ọ nọ. Na ndị a bụ ndị federal government amalami kwụnyere ụgwọ n'aka ha wee tinye ọgba aghara n'ala Igbo wee na-eme sit at home ma nke kwesịrị ime ma nke ekwesịrị ime. Ọ sị a na-edeclare sit at home 5 days n'ala Igbo na December ebe a makwa na December ka ụmụ be anyị ji anatasi ụlọ. O wee na-asị na sit at home of 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 14th December na ya kansụl gị ya. Ọ sị m gwa gị ịma powerful ma gwa Chinasa Nworu ma gwa Edozie that they should broadcast it and cancel the sit at home they declare from wrongful source. The only person on Osina Nweke declare sit at home bụ the head of Directorate of States, DOS, Chika Edozie. Any other declaration by any other person from any other quarter is illegal, is unlawful, and must be stopped. Where's nobody? Iblo onye Igbo, you not support ihe ndị Igbo na-eme, you not support freedom a na-achọ, should enforce any sit at home on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th of December 2022. Also, ka unu mata na like the criminality going on in Igbo land. Awareness can go na anybody involved in kidnapping, in killing of Ndi Igbo is fighting against the cause of Biafran freedom. Iman Igbo ndị chọrọ ịzọ azọ, iman kidnap ndị chọrọ ịzọ azọ, iman na-ezu property ndị chọrọ ịzọ azọ, ịchọ ka ị na-enweta their support. Also, that is not the spirit under which IPOB is formed, and that is not the spirit of the Igbo man to kidnap his own, or to steal, or rob, or kill his own. Ọdụrụ na ọbara anyị, ọ sị ndị na-eme ihe a bụ recruited bandits. Nwere ike na-asụkwa Igbo mana ha abụrụzi ndị Igbo because of omume ha na-eme. So anybody from anywhere, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, a command si je kidnap one ndị mmadụ, especially ndị Igbo anyị, ma ọ sị je napụ ha moto ha, ma ọ sị je zuo ha ori, ma ọ sị je egbuo ha egbuo, na onye ahụ abụrụ onye Igbo, na onye ahụ abụrụ onye ya na ndị Igbo kwesịrị inwe mmekọ. That ndị Igbo in all ramifications must fight against such people. Biafra or IPOB anaghị egbu ndị nke ha, anaghị egbu ndị Igbo, ha anakwụrụ na-egbu mmadụ. Ihe ha na-achọ bụ freedom. So biko, one of the messages ọ sị ka nzie unu dị ha. So ịma powerful, you can rebroadcast it directly as I've said it, or you there to chọrọ wee dị ya. But these are the words of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on the 5th of December 2022 when we visited him in the DSS. Myself, Nnamdi Ejiofor, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, and Chief Mike Ozekome, SAN. Thank you very much. Jesus Christ. Amen.
Now, why somebody did not na Finland na-enye order saying ha no government in exile, then why you declare your armed struggle? What's not self-determination? Now, if you declare armed struggle, get any business in with the sit at home. You may sit at home with civil disobedience. Now, it is a when I can for civility. How have you ever seen civil servant they protest the day? Army cannot protest without a gun because they are armed. Now, army I can for civil disobedience. This is struggle I know. They declare armed struggle have no right to call for civil disobedience. And civil disobedience are me enforce. Has I me enforce. If you enforce it, it is uncivil. Civility cannot be enforced. Civility is by decision. Now, if you enforce it, you are discrediting IPOB in all their sit at home because all voluntarily. Now, you want to show the world none of them me enforce. Discreditation. Now, government is an agenda. Now, ask yourself. Kedu otu ndị na-ekweghị na court ruling, ha ekweghị na court proceeding, ha ekweghị na civil disobedience, sorry, ha ekweghị na political solution, okay, ma court political solution, referendum political solution, free Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally political solution, right? Now, how come you declare armed struggle, declare no checking point, declare government in exile? Can you declare armed struggle without presenting two army in you go to uniform? But the director saying no Fulani na bush or present the ESN. How do somebody in Finland declare government in exile, declare armed struggle without presenting two army or one? That is to say, actually government is there because he present the army, government will ask you, the director present the ESN, government is there because all they play the show. Now, the case of free Nnamdi Kanu ain't anything but violence because court is discharged here. The government, the word on the neck of Nigerian government. Why have you not free Nnamdi Kanu? Because I inhibit in a court, they send them bowa, they court to Nigeria. Now I'm not saying free here. How an any reason now wagging and dinner so a boom mad in southeast. Ima Onana or Tahane. Now government Abia project they are through Nigerian army. Omar Musa, a 2 division commander, a withdraw for 5 days. I get you but a Fulani. Fulani will come in because when we are alert, I don't know name on a rahan but Fulani Hamana in a video. Now I get alarm. Now 5 days, Simon Epa non agenda, or Hanese non agenda, governor non agenda, can I governor? Has he criminalize IPOB can have holy again? Now, how go IPOB Buga or the contract and Simon. Make sure we become holy again. IPOB who's in that hate, can has evil. Right? Or the agenda. That is why IPOB needs it at home. Order. Ega hold the governors hand ye I can't tire. Ega commissioner of police. Hand in order, na say better all their plan. You know, going to me warn order, I warn all their plan, no warning. All do tonight with him, Hanese be yesterday, ma but has on Hanese Kuoku, equal to see Dave Man, ya may instruct, ya may advise, caucus. Hanese, not what Dave Man. They are supposed to write to the Finnish government. Say, I know when about Nenya so. Why do they tell Dave Man? Because all their own business. Now, how can somebody not declare government in exile? Governors have a meeting. But IPOB in order sit at home, have a meeting because Ham and all their plan. How do somebody declare armed struggle? Maybe the why no way governor Okuro? Way position Okuro? Way foreign affairs, Nigerian foreign affairs, Minister of Information, Kulai Muhammad. Army chief, defense minister, Madu Jaha Biafra declare government in exile. Biafra. That is Ige Ota Ngano age doing Aganozo Sega IPOB. But don't win in order government up to pay. Why up her? The age doing Aganoza say IPOB. Because IPOB can hand on a case is able to Kanu. Then reflect in a case. So government organ meaning. They don't charge the director of IPOB and they don't lead the IPOB. So they need to tarnish IPOB. And IPOB need to secure the name because I am very God. How can you endure massacre, national high school killing, 9th of February 2016, Egaogo? Mpo massacre, 29th May 2016, Igaogo. Igwacha Massacre. IPOB in solidarity with Donald Trump. 20 January 2017. Igaogo. Emene Massacre. And the first killing of IPOB happened in Onitsha. 30th of August 2015 by Willie Obiano. 2 people died, 29 injured. We didn't go to war. Right? Now, Emene Massacre 23rd of August 2020. We didn't go to war. Obiubo Massacre from October 18 down 2020. Egagog. We launched ESN. Send the Hanoia. Government about Simon Yaguagina Onyo ESN. Ndị mmadụ na-emebere ya n'Imo abịa na ego I signal our men no ụmụọma to turn our people against IPOB. Our people say na ihe awụrụ Biafra na ha achọzi ya. Ọ na-adị unu ugbu a mgbe ị gbara ọsọ ka ọ ga-edo gị anya ka ị ga-amacha onye ahụ ị na-eti anya ị ga-emecha chọwa ị ga-ahụ ya. Gọọmenti will save that lekwa onye nke chọrọ isave gị ebe o wuru onwe ya dewe. Now ask yourself, how do somebody that want Nnamdi Kanu to be out na ọ dị enye gị date but Biafra ga-abịa ọ director ga-enye gị date. Wait, you love Kanu. This is the Agawa. I na-agazi na ma be with Biafra. Ke Biafra nke Kanu na be with. The man lost good family. He ga ma ka ya nwa apụta. Ke ihe na-enyere date. Na account to people they only to draw hope. Ke divert their people because the agenda of the government is Nana Kanu power. How do you take power? Anaria power. I mecha release your game with power. Divide and na-eso ya Kanu enwe akpụ obi. Ihe onwe wu structure. Akpụ obi onwe gị structure ahụ strength ya ọ ma na-enye ọda na ọ ga-adị. Now somebody abịa sị gị ga-egela anybody in DSS ntị inwe ike gewe ya nwa. Somebody agwa gị na ya nwa spokesperson Biafra why na-enwetabe Biafra why na-emapụ afọ publicity secretary IPOB. Ịbịa na Biafra enwe market leaders ha nwekwe their spokesperson, enwe politician ha nwe their spokesperson, enwe religious leaders ha nwe their spokesperson. How come if you use this spokesperson ndị Biafra gị nwa mekwuru nwe appoint enwego Biafra government iji enye appointment in the name of Biafra, then you are mocking the Biafra because ị na-agwa ndị ọcha na Biafra ị na-enwetabe na inwego appointment. You are trying to ridiculous. Do you understand? Why na ịma na abịa na Biafra agitation na enwe MASOB, enwe BIM, enwe BZDM, enwere EPC, Eastern People's Congress, enwe BNL, enwere BNG. Niile na-adọ Biafra. Biafra bụ ime akaụntụ ihe dọta. Right? Ọwụ na ha chọrọ ịdọ nwere onwe na ha wee fit na ha na-adọ nwere onwe. Why iji eme Kanu attach? I was a Masobian. Kanu was a Masob. Mgbe e creatiri IPOB e wetara ha Masob there. Why somebody iji chọọ ịtanisha aha anyị ha sịrị na ha was autopilot? Do you know the meaning of autopilot? Plane without pilot. That is to say, automatically you become a fool. You don't have leadership. You don't have channel. Ihe a chọrọ mgbe ahụ ka anyị join ya atụweni ha director atọla onwezi ndị ọ na-edu. Did you understand? So that is the issue. How do you come in the month of December? Director anọla dị esi ozi. Oziela Osokombo ozi. Oziela Barrister Nnamdi Ejiofor ozi. Zoo Barrister Ejiofor ozi. Gwa gị na ndị na-eme ihe a na gọọmenti zụrụ ha azụ. Ma ya nwe merigo kesi ya. O merigo na UN. Ojukwu lọgụ 3 years UN etigo ọnụ. But such an IPOB hold international law for 1 year upon intimidation not here. UN eti ọnụ. But Ojukwu chọrọ ka eti ọnụ etigo ọnụ. But the director maintain ya ha tiri ọnụ. Aga na court Nigeria na Ụmụahịa. State High Court Ụmụahịa. 19th of January 2022. Court rule that na Nnamdi Kanu agbaghị ọsọ. No jump bail. No mere assassination attempt. O mere escape as military assassination attempt. Oh, he mere escape. And the government ga compensate. Enyecha the ruling. Nigeria emego obe. Anya ga appeal court. Begbuo ha discharge aka anụ si na onwe onye kwesịrị ikpe ya ikpe na court ọbụla. And onwe court ga-ekpe direct ikpe again. Ebe a onwesi ndị ga-ekpe ya ikpe. Then Nigeria disobey ye. Anya gakwa Federal High Court Ụmụahịa. Court discharge asị gị return not back to Kenya. Now onye gwara gị that na ya mere enforce sit at home Monday for 1 year. Out of this result now, one the reflection. We both reflect na free Nnamdi Kanu. Now, he made an account ndị ka igburu egbu Monday for 1 year. If free begin ndị ka ị gara ime enforce sit at home nọ na nga, hundreds of them. Nchọrọ ka IPOB free ha anya asị gị mba ime onye anyere gị ọda gakwu ya. Let them send you a lawyer. Ọkwa ị nọ na nga. But IPOB no nga, we send lawyer. Then when you gwara gị ga mee mmadụ force ịnọ na nga, ọ jụsị ese gị. O send kwanụ picture gị na net ka ahụ godu na eji gị eji. Ọ jụkwa na ese gị. Ọ jụghị ya bịakwasị gị ime ọzọ, imeela akaụntụ nke ime rụrụ arụ 1 year. Because the whole result to free Nnamdi Kanu from court, from the same IPOB leadership, according to the direction from Nnamdi Kanu. Only a criminal gang on a detention. Criminal gang here are told to have to adopt without him make omara. Only adopt freedom. He can make omara. You go with the freedom much. You can't take Kanu nega choto shapta no way power. He choto shapta. Ogaroshi. So he defeat to do anyhow with his name. Now you want to on a guy that says you want to ridicule it. But to Sam, before he may have what direct. You only have instruction. You was saying one need. Leadership of IPOB with a hero direct on a table and heads and direct. All like you wait 2 weeks before you reply them. Because I had in charge. More reply, but they can't give order. So all me somebody not at that is to say they want to take power from him. Right? Yeah, with the foundation. Now. Self-determination can you go do already. It's already self-defense.
And self-defense.
Self-defense. The director said ESN will do this for us. Now, how do we do it? Before we do it, we need to create the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Somalia, the scenario of Syria, in the northern part of the damnable Republic of the Sioux, not in Biafra land, sorry. Eba create that noise. Also, no, northern part. Not here. Did you understand? Now, you have to again. They want to force us into premature wars. But we are more intelligent than them. What we have to do is, we have to be patient and follow instruction. That's how they forced our fathers into war. After Aburi Accord agreement. Okay, when I forced Ojuku into war. Now, self-defense has been a natural law. No matter where you defend yourself. But you cannot instigate a trouble against your whole family. You want that dodge, yeah? If you want to defend yourself, you gotta defend your own. It is Rosh, you guys, her family against Rosh. Did you understand? Now, self-defense, or why launch the ESN? According to international law, it's an ESN township. ESN roll here, Naya Dagiu. You know why? I get you make an ESN no help, I wear bog. But I to send the hand on help. But how would I say, you want an ESN on our communities? Why not coordinate with channel to ESN? Don't worry, I can work with self-defense. I'm separate, self-determination, or decide that I got warrior referendum. Or your self-determination. Self-defense, oh, Mado Biari Boogie, get defend your own way. Now, Nigerian army, now sponsor Fulani to kill us. I launch ESN to defend our boundaries. Here the ESN will restoring Biafra 2020. Here no since we defense. But we are defending it international. Because since I want to be security in Kanu, no one involved in our politics, only ESN. And they send the house on boundaries. Boundary what that all here, right? When I want to hear the rhetoric, Abraham or boundary. Now this township can Nigeria actually move at Ogwanya to Hagawa no here. And the Hajapanega no here because Hamana or gauge IPOB, or let's Maloreba before Jidani. That's why the director let's send the army. So self-defense and self-determination are the issue. And the self-defense I may apply. Now, is it when you come to your community, army available your community, or when you get the army? Which means army sent you. Because he cannot stand the army. And there's also in our man. That is confusion. How can in a burial somebody be an agego? Just again now, why not ESN on that time? The matter will have big. Simon help our ESN or IPOB or whoop the IPOB. Let us say, gay and singing gay my Yoruba. Listen to Omote Biafra. Listen to Ikemba, Ikenga Uruago. Listen to Ikem